Welcome back to the Schütz Messtechnik 3-hour race of the digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear Tyre. This is the LEGO Technic live stream, and Peter Mackay here alongside Sunil Arora. We're about to go into SP9 qualifying. This is where we see the wick be turned up to 11, Sunil. And Sunil, who's your pick for pole position this week?
You're putting me in a bit of a spot, Peter. That's a really harsh thing to do. But honestly speaking, it's so tight up there. I think you have to back the Marla team because, to be honest with you, over the course of the last couple of qualifying sessions, they have been the most consistent ones, always making their way up in the top three. And so that is going to be something interesting to see if they can keep up their performance because, honestly, every other team, be it the past pole sitter HRT, or for that matter, even the pole sitter of our last round, Coanda, they've had a bit of a topsy-turvy event all the time. So you can't quite put a finger and say, right, this team always performs for any team, barring Marla in qualifying. So I think they're going to be my pick today.
Well, we shall wait and see. The number 91 Mala Porsche they've got a little bit of a change in their driver lineup. Biecki Visser stepping in for Phil Dennis. Of course, Biecki, racer in the W Series single seaters, but also in the Richard Mille LMP2 team in the World Endurance Championship. So a very accomplished driver indeed. So we'll see what Biecki can do behind the wheel of that Mala Porsche. At this point, it should be, I think it'd be pertinent to mention while we talk about the Mala company, of course, one of the great engineering powerhouses in the German motor industry. Sadly, just before Christmas, on the 21st of December, we lost Eberhard Mahler at the age of 88. Eberhard's father, Ernst Mahler, founded the Mahler Engineering Company, which has gone on to such success. And Mahler pistons have been used in Porsches ever since the very first Porsche in the 356 in the early 1950s, and have become a huge part of every German manufacturer on the road and the racetrack. But Eberhard was a very successful racing driver in his own right, winning his class in the European Hill Climb Championship in a Porsche 911 back in 1966, excuse me. And everyone in the Nürburgring community sends their deepest condolences to the Mahler family and thanks them for their support of our great sport. And, well, Sunil, what a great way to put on a tribute for Eberhard Mahler with some top-class motorsport today here on the world's greatest racetrack.
Absolutely. That's the best way to go forward. Go racing. And it's as you mentioned, Peter, it's fitting if we can bring on the same level of intensity here today, the same level of competition that Eberhard used to put in back in his days. This will be quite an event. And frankly, it has done that in the last couple of rounds because every single team, Peter, they've just gone in and found something extra special whenever they have been put into a spot. Because, for instance, Mahler, in that case, let's just reference them. In both the races, they have been so consistent all the way through. They've found that extra gear all the time. And in fact, had it not been for something really trivial in the first round, they would have been two-time winners. And teams that have not done well in the first round, say, for instance, Coanda, man, did they bounce back really well in the second one.
They did, yes, although it hasn't gone perfectly for the Coanda team, that's for sure. Of course, that, as we saw in the highlight clip, that crash for Joshua Rogers really did take an opportunity away for a win because without question, Coanda Simsport were the fastest car on the circuit during the race, the only team to break the 7-minute 50 barrier in the race. Conditions today at the virtual Nürburgring are pretty toasty. Actually, 34 degrees Celsius track temperature. That might cause a little bit of an issue with tyre wear. That slightly higher tyre temperature will put the stress through the rubber here on this incredible circuit. We've got a beautiful shot here of the Caracciola carousel, named after Rudy Caracciola, who won the first car race here at the Nürburgring all those years ago, back in 1927, 19th of June, my apologies, 1927, and completely unique and all the better for it circuit. Is really the best place in the world to go racing. The SP9 cars will be going out for qualifying in about 10 seconds time. And as we mentioned before, the SP9 GT3 machines, they have to use a real-world driver for their qualifying and indeed for the first stint of the race. Now, there is a little bit of wiggle room in the regulations. If you can't get hold of a real-world driver, because they are pretty busy people, you can apply for an exemption with the organisers, and there's one or two in the field who have done so. But most of the time, we have all real-world drivers, and some very well-known ones as well. And Sumil, one name that popped out to me as a rally fan, the Windward Mercedes number 57, none other than Teemu Sunninen, World Rally Championship driver for Formula 4 M Sport Ford, and also the Hyundai World Rally team. Teemu, one of the very fastest rally drivers in the world, and quick in the sim too.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm actually very, very curious to see how he actually performs. The fun fact rather is that Teemu is probably one of our generation growing up with the world of sim racing, but I'm not quite sure how prominent that role has played in his development as a driver, and especially when you compare the discipline. So firstly, it's a different discipline altogether, right? You're driving on a racing circuit and not on rally, but to also gel in is another factor. But if there's one thing that we've seen very often, Peter, it's that the teams and drivers have prepared very well, for the real-world drivers that is, that all the teams have spent hours and hours with them, and even though the real-world drivers will be hard to catch, they've done their research and they've done their preparation enough so that when they come in, their performance levels are usually quite high. So I have expectations, and it's going to be very interesting to see what Teemu can actually do today.
Well, another real-world driver who we know very well, Bruno Spengler, a BMW factory driver, and Bruno driving once again for the Team BMW Bank team. Of course, Bruno winning the DTM championship back in 2012, and a very accomplished driver indeed. He knows this car well, and very quick in the sim is Bruno. Of course, he was the 2020 iRacing IMSA Invitational winner as well. So if you're wondering where the cars are going, you're thinking, no, it's left there to go into the Nordschleife. Of course, the teams can go round, look back round the GP circuit and able to start a flying lap as well. So off they go. The number 91, Wiecki Visser for Mala Porsche, last winner last time out. Now, this is a good time to mention, Sumil, while the drivers get up to speed. Of course, here in the digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series, we have success penalties to be served in the pit stops. Now, these are pivotal to the outcome of the race. So, running through the podium from last time out, Mala Porsche were our winners, Volkenhorst BMW in second, and Mercedes Team Windward in third. So, Porsche must serve a 30-second penalty, the number 91 Mala Porsche, a 30-second penalty, a 20-second penalty for Volkenhorst BMW, and a 10-second penalty for Mercedes Team Windward. So, a win is going to be very difficult for any of those three cars, but as we've seen, it's all about just maximising what you can and with those penalties and try to score as many points as possible.
Absolutely, Peter, and one good example of that would be BS Competition from the last round. They did get a success penalty from the very first event, but they were actually able to negate it out to a certain extent. So, first things first, BS Competition are fast. They're one of the premier teams around here in the DNLS, and their performance in the first round was right up there, right? Eventually, they ended up finishing second, and they got hit with that success penalty. But they were, I think, the only team of all the teams that got hit with a success penalty in SP9s, that is, they were able to keep up that same level of performance in the second round. So, even though they got that 20-second stop and go penalty eventually, BS Competition still only finished fifth. And that is behind their Team Bank, which of course didn't have a penalty. And so that just goes to show that even with the penalty, you can quite be in the championship. And eventually, the results in the point is quite clear. BS are second, only 1 point behind the HRD team.
Looking at Elias Seppinen for Mercedes AMG Team Landgraf, and Elias moved across to this team. Raffaele Marciello sitting in the seat last time out, but Elias moving across to this Mercedes outfit as he heads down to Schwedenkreuz for the first time. Absolutely flat out through there, down the gearbox into Arenberg, and you can see one of only 2 gravel traps on the whole Nürburgring Nordschleife, and then thunders down the Fuchsrohe, the Vauxhall, absolutely flat out in top gear here, and then rattling down the gearbox again, for Adenauer Forst, one of the parts of the circuit, one of the very rare parts of the circuit where there is actually any runoff at all. There it is. Look at that. You could have a village fair there. There's so much runoff. The Adenauer Forst. You can make all kinds of mistakes there. Well, no, not really. The one defence there at Adenauer Forst, it's not a complete free kick there, is it, Simil? Because the curbs at Adenauer Forst, if you hit that, you're on a one-way ticket to the barrier.
Yeah, exactly. In the real world, you can actually eventually end up getting a lot of grass stuck up underneath your front bumper, and that can be a big problem. But eventually over here, what happens is that your car just probably loses balance, and you're up on the grass. And that grass, Peter, is literally like ice, especially on iRacing. You put one wheel on it and your car instantly feels like you're walking on ice with a pair of flip-flops. It's just not going to work out. Control is barely there. And all of a sudden, the walls that seem far away just feel so close. And that corner, even though it has got a little bit of runoff, feels like the scariest place to make a mistake, because then suddenly, at least it's not directly hitting the wall. There's going to be some protracted drama before you get there.
You can see here the two Lamborghinis in front, the Phoenix Racing Lamborghini number 5, a team based here at the Nürburgring, with the Door Esports machine of Moritz Lohner right behind there in that lovely blue and black Lamborghini. The Jochen Krumbach driving the number 5 Phoenix Racing Esport machine, the 50-year-old German, race winner here in the used to be the VLN, now known as the NLS, back in 2017, winning a race in a Ferrari and raced with the iconic Manthey team for quite a number of years. Good to see Carl Janssen out there in the Corsim Racing Porsche, the number 3. Carl, the super Swede, a very, very fast driver in a touring car, and drives a Hyundai i30N on the road, which I'm reliably told is a fantastic hatchback. And of course, the N stands for Nürburgring.
Exactly, and interestingly enough, I think there's a very good chance that he might be able to drive another Hyundai at the Nürburgring next year, because of course, we've also got the new Hyundai TCR coming into the service as well, and that is going to be super too. I mean, it's literally going to be like the real investment, and that is going to be super.
Yeah, that was something that was really called for a lot, was a variety in the TCR class. Of course, we've had the Audi RS3 LMS for quite a while on the iRacing platform, but you're right, the Hyundai Elantra N TCR and the Honda Civic Type R TCR have come to the iRacing service, so no doubt we'll see them racing on the Nordschleife in the not too distant future here on iRacing. So the drivers on their first flying lap at the moment. They will all get a second flying lap, and so we will go into overtime effectively on this qualifying session. So just 2 flying laps, Simil, it's not a lot, and there are points of the circuit where if you can just ping track limits, mainly on the GP circuit, of course, but if you do so, that lap is completely null and void, and you've got to go all the way around to start another lap. So the pressure really is on for the drivers here.
Yeah, exactly, and it's not like it's a Silverstone-like lap, right, that you can just miss it and maybe come back in a couple of minutes. No. Over here, if you do a slow lap, or maybe even a fast one, eventually takes you around about 7 minutes to get back to start the next qualifying lap. So, in essence, you've only got 2. And if one of them goes wrong, bang, that is it. That is game over. And we saw something very similar with MRS Esports in the last qualifying session, where they made an error on their final qualifying lap. And because their first run was also error-filled, they only ended up qualifying P16. And that is such a low position to start off with. Even though the Nürburgring might have a few big opportunities to pass, you're not going to make up so many positions. So instantly, you are on a disadvantage. And so each lap, Peter, this feels like an express qualifying session. Much like what a qualifying should feel like, right? One opportunity, you've got to go for it. This is the moment. And how can you channel in your composure? How do you keep composure, rather, is going to be the main question here.
Interesting there, Bietska-Visser just rolling out the throttle slightly, not in any mood to give the Heusinkveld Mercedes a tow down the 3-kilometre drag strip that is the Dottinger Hole. And a change of driver as well in the Team Heusinkveld Mercedes team. Unfortunately, no Adam Christodoulou this week, so we'll miss Adam. Hopefully he's watching. Hello, Adam, if you're watching. Maurice Schuring taking the wheel of that Team Huizenveld car. The 16-year-old Dutchman racing with Team GP Elite in the Carrera Cup Deutschland in 2021, with also a few races in the Super Cup at just 16 years old. So very exciting to see what young Maurice can do in this new season here in 2022. The drivers go back to start their second flying lap, and the lap time's coming in thick and fast. Now, the Lego Technic Lamborghini, now, did they set a time? I don't think they did. And differences here, it's interesting, Sunil, that an exemption has been given for the Lego Technic Lamborghini not to have a real world driver. So it'll be Charlie Collins and Dane Warren, and both of those drivers world championship level, and they could be a dark horse for the win today if they can get a good qualifying time in.
That is correct. And now the fun part is, right, the Lego Technic team has always been somewhat lopsided, if I'm being very honest, because we've often seen their pace come up only in the second half of the race. And who comes up in the second half of the race? Their dedicated sim racing driver. And I wouldn't say they've been disappointing with their real world drivers. It's just that naturally, of course, with more experience, the sim driver has been able to do a lot better. But now that they have a more equal driver lineup in terms of sim racing capabilities, I see no reason why they wouldn't be challenging for a win, because their pace speeder towards the end, their pace has sometimes been faster than that of the leaders. So keep a keen eye on them. They could be one team challenging for a win. But I hope this sustains all the way through the season. I just don't want to see this being a one-off.
Yes, indeed. We shall see, as several drivers coming in to pit lane, and I understand what they're doing. They're coming in and fitting new tyres, going around the Grand Prix loop and then back round again to start a flying lap. Now that's fascinating, Sunil, because what that indicates is that it's better to go and put new tyres on, warm them up round the Grand Prix loop and get back to it again on the Nordschleife, rather than go for two flying laps in one go. So that shows that the very best of the tyre is just on that one flying lap. But it's Charlie Collins who's taken over from Dane Warren to do what will be a one-and-done lap time for Lego Technic Esports. It's this lap or nothing, so it's a bit risky, you might say. But we know how good Charlie is.
Yeah, exactly. It might get a bit too risky, but I'm actually very intrigued by that strategy call that most of the teams have taken. The question is, how much is that drop-off? How much of time are you losing on that second lap? And so in that case, I wonder, will we see teams perhaps maybe going for only a lap shorter in their stints in that case and trying to go for an extra stop? If the benefit is worth it, that's going to be a question that we can eventually answer in the race. But for now, very bold call to actually take fresher rubber.
I wonder if that has something to do with the very high track temperature as well. That may be the factor that's changing things. In the cooler track temperature, normally you can get the tyre to last a little bit longer, but nevertheless, the times that have been set so far, let's run through them. Mercedes AMG Team HRT, the championship leaders, don't forget, who come into this race with no success penalty to serve because they didn't have the best of days in the second round of the season, so they're in a really strong position. Norbert Kiss doing the qualifying, 7:47.380. They're on top at the moment. Second place, Sami Matti Trogan, as the Phoenix Racing Lamborghini goes off track. That will be a null and void lap. Pulls out of it straight away. So Sami Matti Trogan for Volkenhorst BMW second of 7:48.0. Door Esports, the Lamborghini, Moritz Lohner in third, a 7:49.0. Moritz, a very quick driver, one of the up-and-coming stars of virtual motorsport. The number 89 BS competition BMW, Niels Koch, 7:49.2 in fourth. Fifth place, Mercedes Team Landgraf, Elias Sepinen, 7:49.2. Team BMW Banker in sixth with Bruno Spengler. Team M&J Mercedes in seventh. Team Windward Mercedes in eighth with Timo Sunonen. And the first of the Porsches, Simil, Robin Strycek all the way down in 9th position. Not such a good start to the day for the Weissach crew.
Yes, exactly. Sim Racing Academy Black having a bit of a tricky start. But where I'm actually very intrigued is Dur Esports, the team in number 3. Now, Dur Esports, by the way, have just won a VCO Simi for being the best newcomer of the year, so that's an incredible achievement. But I don't think that was quite demonstrated during the last race because they had a bit of a change in their driver lineup, and Moritz Lohner wasn't quite able to go in and perform during qualifying. So he was actually taking the role of the sim driver on that particular weekend. And do you want to know where Dur were eventually in qualifying? Dur were 13th, 7.2 seconds back. Now that they are finally in third, now that they have no success penalty or anything quite like that of that fashion, wow, they are in for a big shot. And in the championship too, they aren't very far away, are they?
No, not at all. And it might be worth mentioning as well, there's been a little bit of just small tweaks to the balance of performance from the last round. The Porsche has been left absolutely as it is, but the Lamborghini has been given a 0.25% power increase. It might not sound much, but when you're dealing with such small margins, that can make a difference. The Mercedes has been given a 3 kilogram weight reduction, and the BMW, curiously, has had a 0.25% power increase and a 2 kilogram weight decrease. So the BMWs could be quick today as well. But at the moment, we have Mercedes from BMW, from Lamborghini in the top 3. So once again, the performance-wise looks to be very close.
Yeah, exactly. I think throughout the season, balance of performance has been superb. It's only in the last round where you can just maybe, if you just want to be very critical, point a finger and say that the Lamborghinis weren't quite having the best of days. But in the first round, Dur Esports were quite there. And in general, I don't think many teams apart from Dur have been able to make the Lamborghini work out throughout the race distance. Case in point, Lego Technic Esports being another one. So I'm actually very fascinated to see if this balance actually stays during the race, because in the first round as well, Peter, remember what we saw at the end? A flat-out battle between a Mercedes and a Porsche that went down literally to the closing millimeters. Could be close, could be really close here today.
I think it will. Well, we're riding on the back of Nürburgring's Mercedes AMG Esports HRT car. Haupt Racing Team, one of the stalwarts of Nürburgring competition. Hubert Haupt, the team owner, former DTM driver, who's still one of the very few professional level drivers who also is a team owner as well. Most team owners, if they're driving, are usually at the silver or bronze level, but Hubert, a gold driver, and will be going out to, probably already there actually, going out for the 24 Hours of Dubai next weekend, where HRT have a very strong presence and of course have won it quite a few times. In fact, Hubert holds the record for the most wins at that race. Joined with Jeroen Blekemolen.
He's just so quick. And now imagine Timo Bernhard and Hubert Haupt just have that really great distinction, right? That they have their own team and they drive at such a high level. I just wouldn't want to drive for that team as a subordinate, because what excuse do you have? Sometimes you can just tell to your boss that, you might not understand, I'm the racing driver, but you've got nowhere to run and hide. If your boss is faster than you, probably might be reconsidering hiring you in the first place. It's a bit of a precarious position to be in.
It is, and it's probably no surprise that only the very top Mercedes AMG factory drivers are put into the HRT squad alongside Hubert Haupt. I think all the drivers at Team 75 Bernard were quite happy when Timo decided to stop driving and fill in a team manager role. I think it would have been a sigh of relief for his drivers. Of course, big news in the last month or so with Team Bernard pairing up with SimRC to form the Team 75 Bernard sim racing team, who are taking part in the Cup class. So we'll see their cars out on the circuit when we get started in the race. Timo Sunonen, a good start to the day so far for Windward Mercedes in the number 57. He is in 8th position, a 7:51.184. That is a seriously fast lap time. Also, we must mention as well, Shamil, of course, that none of the SP9 cars are running 100% of their power. I mean, the Mercedes, for example, running 97%, as are the Porsche and Lamborghini, the BMW at 96.35. So they're not even a like-for-like lap time. That is an extraordinary pace.
Yeah, exactly. And first time out for Timu right here in the DNLS this year. So straight away, coming into the third round of the championship and delivering a lap like that is quite something. And frankly, Winward would be fine with P number 8. Now, that is saying a bit because Winward, of course, in the last race were ranked incredibly high and they would be wanting more. But it's not Timu's job 100% to get you in the top 3 or top 5. That's something that your sim driver can make a difference with. And eventually, Winward do have the lineup in them to try and fight for, say, top 5. So this, for Timu, coming in first up, is a great effort.
Well, we've got the field now coming down the Dottinger hole. The checkered flag is out, so it's now or never for these drivers. Can the order be shaken up at all? Let's see. No time so far for the 101 Mercedes, the Team Heusinkveld car of Maurice Schuring. Now, will this be a time set? Over the finish line we go. What is this going to be for Maurice Schuring? Team Heusinkveld Mercedes AMG. Over the line, it's a 7:49.976. What a lap time. So that puts Maurice Schuring in 7th position at the moment. But I feel, Samil, this is about to change.
Yeah, exactly. A couple of other cars are coming in on the Dottinger. In fact, they're on the main stretch as well. Walkenhorst are going to be a critical one to watch out for. Big chance of them taking pole or not. Nah, they've missed it.
Oh, and Sami-Matti Trojan missing out by 0.3 of a second for pole position. Can there be any change though? BS competition, number 89, Niels Koch. What can he do in this beautiful zebra machine? Over the line he goes. It's a 7:48.598. That puts BS competition in 4th. A good performance. Over the line, Team M&J in the 111, a 7:50. They go into 8th position. Just a few more cars to come over now. Let's see. Cartland Race Esports by OKCCS. The Lamborghini over the line. A 7. What's this going to be? 7:54.2 for them. What's it for the Phoenix Lamborghini? The number 5, 7:52.0. So that lap time from Norbert Kiss is 7:47.3. Sami-Matti Trojan came very, very close. But no cigar, as they say. Carl Janssen goes 8th for Corsim Racing Porsche. And fastest of the Weissach cars. Now, this could be fast. Charlie Collins, a 1-lap dash, Shamil.
Oh, yeah. Watch out for the lap times. They could be dropping in a hurry. And this is going to be... Look at how dicey the car looks like. It's like it's an element that the Lego Technic Esports team always has. A car that's so nervous, so frisky. But is it fast? Ah, no, they pulled off.
Oh, that's a disaster for the Lego Technic Esports team. A very strong driver lineup. Dane Warren and Charlie Collins. They will not set a lap time.
I'm actually very intrigued, Peter, because I think every single race they've had a chance to start the race from the back and carve their way up in the front. I don't know, just kidding right here, but it could be really fun, right? Maybe a team-wide strategy, never to start on top and just to have fun with this race and start from the back. But it's not very sensible in terms of prize money, is it? Again, just a fun conspiracy theory, this one.
I don't think they'll be happy with that. That's for sure. So Lego Technic Esports Lamborghini will start from the back of the pack here. So confirming then your qualifying results. Norbert Kiss, a super lap there, a 7:47.3, takes pole position by just over 0.2 of a second from Sami-Matti Trojan for Volkenhorst BMW. Manfilter, Team Landgraf Mercedes are in 3rd with Elias Seppinen, just 0.7 off pole. BS competition will start 4th. Door Esports in 5th. Kai Kashubi and Bruno Spengler will start the Team BMW Bank car from 6th. Team Mercedes-AMG Heusingfeld will start 7th. Corsim Racing in 8th, the first of the Porsches. The Mercedes M&J Performance car in 9th and 10th position. A great performance from Teemu Sunninen, the World Rally star. Sim Racing Academy Black will start 11th, followed by Phoenix Racing Esports, ERC by FSP Lamborghini in 13th. Mala Racing back in 14th, only 5.9 seconds off pole, but nearly at the back of the pack. Kart Raceland Esports in 15th, and 16th will be Artel Motorsport Reparix. Pole position, though, for Coanda in the Porsche Cup class by over a second. They will start on pole with IES Sim Racing Schweiss Cup in second. Phoenix Racing will start from third. Team 75, Team Bernard, Sim RC will start fourth. Peterbomb Performance will begin from fifth. Asher Racing sixth. German Sim Racing in seventh. WNSE Motorsport eighth. Sim Racing Academy Red in ninth, and Leipert Esports will round out the top 10. The Leipert outfit represented by with their Lamborghini at the Dubai 24 Hours next week. Deutsche Payment Esports will start from 11th, followed by .xee, Deutsche Payment, Corsim Racing, and WS Racing Esports round out the 15-car pack in the Porsche 992 Cup class. GT4s, well, it's Porsche on pole there. The Team RSO winners last time out. They get it on pole position by just 0.4 of a second from Corsim Racing, who are leading the championship at this moment. Deutsche Payment Esports will start from third, with the first of the BMWs. RN Vision STS BMW in fourth. Racing Fuel Simulators RSO in fifth, and Race Fox will start from sixth. The very quick Volkenhorst BMW will start from 7th, followed by Schütz Sim Racing on their home race. Of course, this is the Schütz Messtechnik 3-hour race, so they will begin from 8th, give them an extra cheer. WNSE Motorsport start from 9th, and AMC Siegberg will round out the top 10 in GT4. And it's a battle head-to-head between Porsche and BMW in that category. In the last few, Ringpfizer Sim Racing, Kart Raceland Esports Porsche, ERC BMW, and G-Force Experience Porsche round out the 14-car pack in the GT4 class. And finally, the TCR is a very hotly contested category, and well, it's Corsim Racing on pole position by 1.7 seconds from Team Heusingfeld, the winners of the VCO 24 Hours of the Nürburgring in 2021. Low Grip Racing will begin from third, but quite a wee bit off the pace. So is it going to be a head-to-head battle between Core and Heusingfeld? Maybe. Marshmallow Racing will start from fourth, Undici Scuderia in fifth, Nürburgring Esports Team sixth, ERC seventh, Alemannia Aachen in eighth, Valkyrie Esport Rookies, they begin from ninth, and Karthalle Whitlick Esports will start from 10th in the Audi touring car class. You can guarantee a win for Audi in this class with the RS3 LMS TCR. Well, nearly time to go, Simil.
Nearly time to go indeed, and nearly time to answer the big question again. Can Sami Matti Trogan once again hold off other people behind him who will always charge incredibly hard at turn number one? In fact, Sammy has done that for, I think, 2 races in a row for Walkenhorst, but this time, will we see finally a driver in P number 2 challenge for the lead on the first lap? Because so far, the pole sitter's advantage has been immense, Peter. In the first lap, nobody has quite been able to challenge the pole sitter, and HRT and Norbert Kiss, well, it's Norbert Kiss's first pole position of the season, but HRT, their second of the year. They realistically have a great chance of running away with it again and cementing up a big lead in the championship. I'm intrigued. I want to see some fighting on the first lap, which is something that we haven't quite seen yet, unfortunately. But I think that's the only thing that we can sort of pick out from these races as not being interesting enough so far.
They've all been intriguing, and they've all had their own story, of course, as well. We started off with the H&R 3-hour race won by Mercedes AMG Team HRT. Danny Chiosa holding off a rampant Phil Denez for the win there. And the second round, the NIMEX 3-hour race won by Mala Porsche. Who will stand out today? I think tyres could be an important discussion point today with that high track temperature, 34 degrees Celsius, 93 Fahrenheit, will put the tyres through a lot more stress than normal, as we come to expect here in this championship. But yes, it's a very good point, Samil. The pole sitter has usually had a very, very strong advantage in the opening stages. Will that repeat itself here? Well, we're about to find out. The SP9 cars are gathered behind the Porsche 911 safety car, and we're about to go racing for 3 hours here. I hope you're sitting comfortably, ready to watch all the action live here on the LEGO Technic live stream. This is the Schütz Messtechnik 3-hour race of the digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear Tyre. And quite fittingly, we're in the virtual Goodyear blimp as well. Of course, the Goodyear blimp been flying since 1917 and filmed the first Super Bowl back in 1965. Well, really, racing at the Nürburgring, that's our Super Bowl. And the pace car pulls away from the point on the Döttinger Hohe. And it will be Norbert Kiss who will lead us away into 3 hours of racing. Norbert, a Hungarian, a two-time FIA European truck racing champion and Hungarian champion in Suzuki Swifts, Seat Leons and Renault Clios. So he can go fast in anything. What will he do today in that big 6.2 litre Mercedes AMG with all that afterback muscle in the front of that machine? But he'll have to fend off one of the very best, Sami Matti-Trogen, a Nürburgring expert, a world champion in virtual motorsport, and a regular on this wonderful circuit in the Volkenhorst BMWs in real life. And of course, backed by the wonderful Alpecin anti-balding shampoo as well. The field in a high performance, very expensive version of Noah's Ark. The pace car will pull away, and the number 4 HRT Mercedes of Norbert Kiss will lead us away into 3 hours of racing. They're all bunched up. Green, green, green. We're racing here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And Norbert Kiss immediately goes to the defensive line, hugging the inside, trying to defend his position into the braking zone. And he does so, but look at the Mann-Filter Mercedes there as well, trying to get a move on Sami Matti-Trogen, who checks up a little bit, and Sami Matti-Trogen drops back a little bit in the Volkenhorst BMW. And look at Moritz Lohner in the Door Esports Lamborghini, trying to get a move done on Sami Matti-Trogen, but it's Mercedes 1-2 here at the Nürburgring. Norbert Kiss leads from Elias Seppinen.
And all of a sudden, the BMWs are getting bullied in the background. Sim Racing trying to go on the outside of PS Competition, who've had a horrible start, to be honest with you. They have been completely swamped by their teammates in the bank car, and now luckily have a bit of a gap to Sim Racing behind. But my oh my, Norbert Kiss, what a smart start. But Elias Seppinen is not letting him go. The gap still around 0.2 of a second at the top. Look at it.
So it's Mercedes, from BMW, from Lamborghini here at the Nürburgring as they come through towards the entry of the Nordschleife section, going through the Sabine Schmitz curve to head on to the Nordschleife proper and down the Hatzenbach, a proper roller coaster ride. What a start from the spin for, I think that was the LEGO Technic Lamborghini. We'll come back to it. The 992s are on the left-hand side of your screen. So that's the Porsche 992 Cup class. They're about to begin their race at the start-finish line as the SP9's already at Hocheichen and about to embark on the Kiddelbacher Hole. So it's the number 208. 3 poles from 3 for the Kwanda Simsport outfit, and it'll be David Williams who takes the starting honours and gets the perfect getaway. Down towards turn 1 they go as the rest jostle for position in the background. Now, can Williams get it closed up in time? Just about. He's very late on the brakes. And just about gets it stopped. Of course, these 992 Cup cars have no ABS. The tyres are cold. The brakes are cold. Very easy to get it tied up, and already a challenge. A challenge for the lead. IES Sim Racing making a move for the lead, but not quite getting it done. David Williams managing to thwart the challenge, but here comes Phoenix Racing in the 205 car. Phoenix Racing, that's Hochstadter and gets the move done as well. And this bickering is allowing David Williams just a critical bit of breathing space as the 269 of a Moser, gets the move done again, but very, very quick and tight there in the Porsche Cup class. Whew, what a start, Sunil.
What a start, but I thought they would be getting a little more closer. Phoenix just giving a little bit too much room to IES Sim Racing and eventually hurting themselves a little bit too much. But watch out for Asher right now. Asher have to have a good race. They are leading and they can't drop points in a bit too much here today. They currently start in P number 4.
Well, they were about to go racing then in the GT4s. Core Sim Racing and RSO. RSO leading from pole position alongside the Core Sim Racing Porsche. But look at the BMW coming up the inside there as well. Here we go. That's the R Envision STS BMW. Can't quite get the move done as RSO make it safely into turn 1 ahead. Do they all get through? They do. All 14 of these GT4 machines. Mostly Porsches, but a few BMWs in there as well to represent the Munich mark. So that's... it's a contact! Oh dear, it's a complete check-up there. A number of cars involved. Oh dear, oh dear.
Race Fox.
Oh, Race Fox getting... Now, was it them who spun? Oh, the STS BMW is round as well. Oh, it's carnage in the GT4s.
Absolute mayhem. These are
dear.
all teams that you can possibly see fighting for a ton of points. And suddenly, things have gone pear-shaped for them. Started off with Race Fox, actually. Race Fox are one of the smarter and the better teams in the series so far, and they've constantly proven to be a bit of a nagging threat towards the podium. And here we are, and the race has suddenly been snapped up in the first lap. How do you recover from this? When the grid is so tight, how do you recover from something like this?
Well, that's you can't. That's the question. But one car that has really benefited, it's the Schütz car. The Schütz Messtechnik machine up into 4th position and setting off in hot pursuit of the top 3, RSO, Core Sim Racing Porsche and Deutsche Payment Esports. Right, let's get our final class away. This is the TCRs, our 4th and final class. Team Heusingveld and Core Sim Racing. Core Sim Racing will lead us away from pole position. Off we go then. Corentin Guinez hits the loud pedal of the Audi RS3 and the TCRs are away. So they head down towards turn 1 for the first time. It looks like Guinez has got the jump with the Team Heusingveld car, Marcel T. Just holding on to 2nd position. We think that Core Sim Racing, Team Heusingveld have the outright pace, but as we saw, anything can happen. It just takes one little piece of contact and it can unravel the situation entirely. Okay, take a deep breath. We're already at the point, we're about 3/4 of the way through the lap for our SP9 leaders as well. Norbert Kiss leading from Elias Seppinen and Sami Matti Trogen at the front of the SP9 field. It's Mercedes, from BMW, from Dor Esports, Lamborghini. Now, interestingly, Sunil, we've got 2 pitters already. Race Fox Porsche in GT4 and ERC BMW. They've both had to take a toe to pit lane. That's game over.
Oh, that's game over. And the worst part is, right, GT4, it's a relatively smaller grid, so you want to see each of the cars having a good time, and that's a slowdown, is it? It is! So the 488 team having a bit of a horror start, and that would be, folks, the Alemannia Aachen Esports team. They unfortunately have cut a corner, and the service itself has given them a slowdown penalty that they have to serve immediately. So that's like you make an error and immediately getting slapped for it. There's no other 2 ways for it. You're not quite waiting for race control to give you any sort of penalty. But speaking of penalties, Peter, I think the first one is already here. I think we're going to see a drive-through penalty for the Lego Technic Esports for an incorrect pit entry, I suppose, during qualifying.
Oh, well, okay, a good spot, Sunil. That's quite important as well, because they're Lego Technic down in 14th position. They had made up a couple of spots, but I do wonder if they were caught up in that incident at the Sabine Schmitz curve. But it's just been a disaster from start to finish so far for the LEGO Technic esports crew. It will be a case of damage limitation for them. And this is deja vu. This is deja vu from our highlights clip from race 2. The BS Competition 89 car and the Team BMW Bank car absolutely dueling it out into Tiergarten. That is spooky. But that's what we come to see at Tiergarten all the time.
And we actually just should have a Tiergarten counter race. How many times do we see cars go side by side at Tiergarten? It's at 0 so far, or 0 at least in terms of what we have seen. But seriously, Peter, it's such an amazing sight. I don't think we'll ever get bored of it, right? Because just seeing cars be so frisky and have another car side by side with them over there is just jaw-dropping. It simply is. And the best part is, we only have seen one crash at Tiergarten so far in 2 races across 4 categories. Only one. That is some great track record in 6 hours of racing.
Good start from Timo Sunninen, the World Rally star, up in 9th position and right in the draft of the Team Heusingveld car of Morris Schuring. So there you go, confirmation of the number 8 LEGO Technic car drive-through penalty, which they will need to serve. Now, interestingly, they did not serve it this time round, so they will need to serve it a little bit later on. But Timo Sunninen, 9th place at the moment for Mercedes AMG Team Windward. Now, incident under investigation cars 11 and 5. That's Phoenix Racing Lamborghini. Correct. And Artel Motorsport BMW. So that could be then, Sunil, that was who got tangled up in that incident in the opening lap.
Yep, exactly. The green car that we thought was LEGO Technic actually was Phoenix Racing eventually. And they've had a very, very rocky start. But speaking of, their teammates are having a really fun start. Heading into Tiergarten, it's Phoenix who've got the upper hand in IES. And they're just going to be chopping and changing and chopping and changing with those positions. But fun part, Peter, we thought that Coanda would run away with it, but they haven't quite been able to in their first lap.
No, they have not. No, that is for sure. We've normally seen Zach Campbell take the qualifying and starting duties. This time, David Williams taking that honour. Of course, it's pretty early in the morning where Zach is based. He's based in Atlanta, in Georgia, so it's 7 o'clock in the morning, so it's an early start for him. So maybe that's, I think David Williams based in Germany, so a little bit more efficient with the time zones, I suppose. But yeah, very close in the 992 class, and great start from the 269 car of a Moser in the blue and white machine with the gold wheels. Very cool. I like that a lot. Always like some kind of bronzed gold wheels. And it's the 266 Peter Bonk with a performance car in 3rd. So now that means
the Phoenix has boxed. The Phoenix car actually did box, and I was actually about to ask you the same thing. Any idea why the Phoenix car has pitted? Because it's really absurd, and I can't figure out a reason to do that. Now, you might be saying, well, are there success penalties? There aren't. Phoenix finished in P7 the last time, in the last race that we had over here. And here's our answer. Almost mysteriously, magically rather. But that's not Phoenix Racing 203, right? That's the number 3 car. That's the SP9 Phoenix car that eventually has got that drive-through penalty. But it still is confusing. Why did Phoenix Racing 205, the Cup car, box on the first lap?
it must have been some sort of damage because they stopped for about 31 seconds. So, yeah, very odd one. And that's a pity because they were really fighting hard. Also, Bietska Visser came to pit lane and did basically a stop and go. Stopped in the box for half a second. As did the Phoenix Racing Lamborghini SP9 car number 5. Whoa, we've got... there you go. Get your counter ready, Sunil. Side by side into Tiergarten. We've got a pork sandwich here. A Munich pork sandwich. With the Porsche in the middle of two BMWs, the Vulcanhorse machine and the STS car. Coming through to complete their first lap of the race. But it's RSO, our winners last time out, who lead from Corsim Racing. And this has been the battle throughout the season. So far in the championship, Corsim Racing lead by 10 points. A first and a second for that outfit. RSO winning last time out, but not a good day in round 1. So RSO really need another win to get back into the championship fight.
They do, and more on them in a second, because right now the RN Vision team are under pressure from Walking Horse, isn't it? I think that would be that is Walking Horse Motorsport.
Yep.
So I got myself a bit confused over there. Bit of a slightly changed livery for them right now. And fun fact, they're not the first BMWs, as they usually tend to be in the SP10 category. That honor actually will go to the Schütz Sim Racing team, who currently, and fingers crossed for this one, are standing in P number 4. So a bit of a change in the pecking order for the BMWs. Usually it's Walking Horse fighting the Porsches at the top.
Yeah, well, it's great to see the Schütz Sim Racing team. The number 322, of course, this is the Schütz Messtechnik 3-hour race. So they have stepped up to the plate at their blue ribboned event. So good start. They really made a lot of. There you go. Oh, you can see the Schütz car. Oh my! In the heat of a very sticky battle here, there's a couple of Porsches make their way through. One of those was the Team RSO car. Oh dear, be careful coming down the Hatzenbach. It's so fast down there. You've got to be so careful. And then into Hocheichen. And yeah, the Schütz team just settling in now as well as the sister RSO car goes by. That's the Racing Fuel Simulators 398 goes into 4th in class. The WNS Esport Motorsport Porsche into 5th in class, and Schütz back to 6th in class. But running up the front end of the field, which is nice to see. So back at the front, SP9. Let's get an update as they come towards the end of their second lap. It is still Nürburgring who leads by actually a nice little margin from Elias Seppinen in the Team Landgraf Mercedes, with Sami-Matti Trojan there in the grey and red Volkenhorst BMW. Looks like the flying Alpecin anti-balding shampoo bottle. And look at there in the back of shots, Moritz Lohner, Sumil, in the Lamborghini, right in the hunt.
Indeed he is. So it's good to see a bit of a more close field, because usually in the first lap we tend to see one car dominating and the others being very, very far off. That's not quite happened this time out. And now we're having 3 cars essentially under that 1 second margin, and that 1 second margin could be getting even shorter as Walking Horse and Sami-Matti Trojan get a little bit closer. Not good enough for side by side yet, but Dore have also capitalized a lot on the braking. I don't think that HRT are going to be running away with this. No chance.
No, I don't think so. There's a bump drafting. Sami-Matti Trojan bump drafting. Elias Seppinen in the Landgraf Mercedes. I don't think I've ever seen that before on the run down to turn 1 here as well. And immediately Seppinen goes to the defensive and shuts the door in the face of Sami-Matti Trojan. And Moritz Lohner, meanwhile, in the Dore Esports Lamborghinis, watching this thinking, God, you guys are nuts. But look at this. Mercedes, from BMW, from Lamborghini. The Porsche not too far behind as well. This is SP9 Racing, run to FIA GT3 regulations here on the Nordschleife. There is nothing like it in the world of motorsport, both in the virtual world and in the outdoor world. If you've never watched racing on the Nordschleife, I would urge anyone to watch the opening laps of the Nürburgring 24-hour from 2021. It is absolutely hair-raising. And this, the virtual digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series, just simulates exactly that same adrenaline. And this is the shot of adrenaline we need on the 9th of January in the off-season.
Exactly. It's never the off-season in the world of sim racing, though. And this sort of racing is something that we've come to expect all so often. Well, in the Cup category, we're seeing something fun. Asher Racing, Peter, have made their way past the German sim racing by Hetzner. This was seeming to be a bit of a troubling situation for them early on, because German sim racing were defending so well. But the championship leaders have got past, but there's a bit of a catch to it. They are 2 seconds behind Peter Bonk Performance and Coanda.
Well, I think we'll see that Asher car go forward. They've been so strong all year, and as you mentioned, leaders in the championship. Now, this is one of the real factors of the 992 Cup class. They really do draft quite heavily, and that's big. That's huge.
Yeah.
How have they helped? No, they haven't. That is really, really naughty. Oh dear! Oh dear! Oh dear! Oh dear! Oh dear! Well, your thoughts, Simil?
I don't even know what to say. I just have to take a look at it again and maybe properly give a judgment. But from first thoughts, I think you echoed it properly, Peter. It's just very, very naughty, and it had to happen sometime, right? At some point across the season, we had to see cars eventually make contact when they were at the Dottinger Her, and this is it. We've seen that happen, but a bit too early, I suppose. I thought it would happen at Tiergarten, if anything.
Well, we'll try and get a look at it for you folks on our LEGO Technic live stream, because that was messy, to say the least. Now, let's get a replay then, presented by Goodyear. Now, this is our overall leader, and a TCR car spins in front. How on earth did Norbert Kiss avoid that?
It nearly turned into a kiss of death. Oh my God! Landgraf, they got a bit too close on the outside. It's awfully similar to the whole Joshua Rogers situation, and we have new leaders in this case. Oh, the guts of Elias Sepana to pass him over there, Peter.
Well, I'm behind the microphone, off the screen where I belong, but my jaw is on the floor. That racing there between Norbert Kiss there and Sami Matti Trogan, putting so much trust in the car in front and behind. But that, again, that's what you need if you want to race at the top level in SP9. Well, you have to have ultimate trust in your drivers around you. Now, no further action for car 440 and car 401. That was not the incident we saw on the Dottinger hole. We will get a look at that, I'm sure. We're going to get a look in a moment of what happened to the 246 car that spun on the Dottinger hole, the German sim racing car of Lippert. It was a little bit boxed in. And it's... Oh, there's a surprise, Seville. It's under investigation.
Of course it is. Of course it is, but that got a bit too close, Peter. It was hair-raising. Firstly, the luck of HRT not to be hit, but then the opportunism of the Landgraf team. Oh my, this is proper hardcore DNLS racing, where you've got the leaders and cars all the way down to, what is it, 6th, 7th? Just separated by a couple of seconds here. And don't tell me Cora are going to try here, are they? Don't tell me Cora are going to try it sometime rather soon before they get to the Dottinger Her. In fact, BS competition are. What?
Wow, this is just incredible. This is like short track NASCAR racing at Bristol or something like that. But no, we're on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Look at this train of cars. If you're ever a cynic of sim racing or virtual motorsport, I refer you to this. This is top-class motor racing, whatever way you look at it. Absolutely superb. And of course, the majority of these drivers are real-life drivers as well. So they use this simulator for training and for enjoyment as well. And, well, what enjoyment we're getting out of watching this. So, well, no further action for cars 246 and 292. That is the incident that we saw in the Dottinger hole. Now, let's get a look at it, thanks to a replay from Goodyear. We've got the 246 on the left, 292 on the right. So there's already a little bit of argy-bargy here as well. And the 292 car of RS Fabri, obviously just trying to box in. You can do that. And then...
Oh, no.
I'm surprised that's a no action taken, to be honest. But, of course, it was the 246 car that came off worse. So the punishment is effectively served.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the reason why they didn't quite pass any judgment, because they said, well, you've kind of earned it, mate. So that's what I think the stewards' approach to that would be. And it's only fair, right? The 246, as you rightly mentioned, boxed in. Where else do you want to go? It's not like those comical NASCAR movies, right, where you can just select an extra gear and magically your car becomes, 5 inches short, and you can box in immediately, have those extra RPM and search past. No, that's not going to happen here. Unfortunately not.
No, definitely not. And, you know, you have to think with 2 hours and 40 minutes to go of a 3-hour race, just blend out the throttle and go to fight back another day. It's just a little bit of impatience, but I think a good call from the stewards, actually, in retrospect. So, we carry on then, and at the front, it's a Mercedes-AMG 1-2, but swapped around. Mercedes Team Landgraf, Elias Seppinen leads for Norbert Kiss in the Team HRT car. Dor Esports now up to third. BS Competition in fourth, and Volkenhorst Motorsports, Sami Matti Trogan down to fifth. So, a drive-through penalty for car 111. That's the HRT M&J performance car. They're down in 10th at the moment. That'll put them right down the order. But here comes Sami Matti Trogan then, side by side in the BMW coming through. They've got a bit of TCR traffic to worry about as well. Is Sami Matti Trogan going to risk it through here? He does. And he gets followed by Niels Koch. They both make it through. They all make it through somehow. Wow, that is so fast through there. You're at absolute top revs in top gear there. But we carry on to start the fourth lap of this incredible motor race so far. What a getaway this has been. So it's Elias Seppinen for Team Landgraf from Team HRT, Norbert Kiss. Dor Esports Lamborghini are in third. Volkenhorst fourth. BS Competition fifth. Carl Janssen there up to sixth position. Just goes past Bruno Spengler in the Team BMW bank car. There he is in the black and grey and white machine. And not too far behind, Morris Schuring and Timo Sunonen in 8th and 9th. MRS Esports Lamborghini, they round out the top 10. Whew, deep breath. What are we?
First time in, I think, almost a lap, isn't it? Considering how flat out these guys were. And this battle began pretty much, I think, in the second sector. I think right after the carousel was over, these guys just went mad. And now I think that is going to continue on because the gaps will close up at the end of this straight. And to add another element to this, we're constantly seeing lap cars come in the middle. First off, of course, we saw HRT almost being taken out by that spinning DCR car. But now, when they get them at the Nordschleife, there is so much time to be gained or lost. And Volkenhorst almost lost it there.
Well, there is an investigation going on. Car 4, which is the Dor Esports Lamborghini Moritz Lohner, and car 34, which is the Alpecin anti-balding shampoo BMW of Sami Matti Trogan. There is an incident under investigation. Of course, we did see Matti Trogan drop a couple of places back and Lohner go forward a couple of places. So something's happened. So we'll see what happened. We'll get a view from the stewards in a moment, but they've been busy so far in this opening 26 minutes or so of this Schütz Messtechnik 3-hour race, the third round of the digital Nürburgring Endurance Series, presented by Goodyear Tyre. They come absolutely flat out through Flugplatz on the absolutely full throttle run, all the way down to Schwedenkreuz, flat out in sixth gear. Imagine that, SP9 car. Full throttle, right the way. Look at Sami Matti Trogan using all the road, and then all of a sudden you go brake into Arenberg, get the car slowed down and carry the speed down into the Fuchsrocher. You're watching the very best in the world on the iRacing platform here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Just stunning stuff. And we've got 2.5 hours to go as they head up towards Adnerforst for the fourth time.
Tell me in. Even if the racing isn't quite good, which never really happens at the DNLS, by the way, so watch out for that. But even if it isn't, just the sight of watching these SP9 cars dart around at the Nürburgring, it's just quite something. Virtually as well, it just makes for such a spectacle. And a spectacle it will become if Dor Esports can actually catch HRT. Well, look at the gap right now. They're closing up oh so quickly. And the best part is, Moritz Lohner is full of confidence. Every single time he's racing his Dor car at the DNLS this year, he has produced a degree of magic, and he's got ample of space behind him to make sure that he doesn't quite need to worry about Volkenhorst. So it's all about attacking Norby Kish. And that is going to be a battle that's so exciting.
Well, while Norbert Kiss and Moritz Lohner battle away over second place, Elias Seppänen is starting to pull away. Now that Seppänen has got some clear air in that Landgraf Mercedes, has just been able to just pull a little bit of a gap, just 1.1 seconds. But in the context of this race, that's a big gap, as we've seen so far. Now, we are going to get a replay in just a moment of the 34 Volkenhorst BMW to see what happened to Sami-Matti Trojan, and we'll maybe get a bit more context of what happened between him and the number 4 of Moritz Lohner. We'll have that for you in a moment here on the LEGO Technic live stream. If you're a fan of the LEGO Technic eSport team, they're quite far down the order. But here's our replay. Wowee. Well, I don't know how the number 4 was involved in that.
it did a job of just getting through in the gap, I suppose. But that's the pedal of the Nürburgring, right? It's such a small circuit that it can oftentimes not have enough space for 2 cars. And that can also be 2 cars of different shapes and sizes, actually. And so the SP3T, the DCR cars, essentially, they sometimes can be a bit of a big hindrance. And that's nearly 2 big incidents, Peter, where we saw the SP3Ts becoming such a headache for the SP9s within, 5 odd minutes? I don't know, and it's just the beginning, actually.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. Of course, Sami-Matti Trojan, of course, we have a lot of real-world drivers in the field. That's the mandated minimum 45 minutes driving time for the real-world drivers, and the qualifying as well, of course. But Sami-Matti Trojan, very experienced on the Nürburgring specifically and in NLS competition. And managing the traffic is arguably the most important aspect of a NLS driver's skill set. Now, it is a little bit less frantic in the sim, not as many cars. We have about, I think, 50 cars in the field. In fact, I'll tell you exactly. We have 59, in fact. That's about half of what you would see in a normal NLS race. So it is less hectic in traffic. But yeah, just I don't know. We only really caught the end of it there on the replay. But Sami-Matti Trojan runs the risk of being given a penalty for that, Simel. And of course, don't forget that Volkenhorst BMW have to serve their 20-second success penalty by virtue of their second place last time out. So this could unravel once again for the Volkenhorst crew.
And if you're wondering, well, it's okay, it's just a couple of penalties, right? At worst, it could be a bad round, but you can't afford a bad round. There are barely any races in the championship. So one bad round, essentially, that's what a 4-way championship gone. And for Volkenhorst, who currently are just, 3 points behind the championship leaders, that is just like taking an axe and smashing it into a foot. It just never quite works out for them. But for Schütz Sim Racing, things are working out well now. Oh, big meaty BMWs bumping each other. That's just perfect racing, isn't it?
Oh, and STS get the move done there into the chicane. But Schütz going for the cutback here as well as they head through towards the Sabina Schmitz curve. No, can't quite get it done. A little chirp of tyre smoke there from the STS car. These GT4 cars are pushing on. Now, while that was all going on, HRT Mercedes Norbert Kiss manages to, can he dispatch with the Lamborghini of Moritz Lohner as they come through Antonius Bucher just about as flash of the lights for the Lamborghini there, but confirming no further action for the 34 BMW. So a breeze, a sigh of relief in the Volkenhorst pit. Of course, with the stress, they might have lost a few hairs, but not for them, of course, with the Alpine anti-balding shampoo.
I was just waiting for it. It had been an hour and the Alpine references didn't quite come out, so that was a bit suspicious. But what's not suspicious is the HRT's ability to stay ahead of all the other cars. Mercedes, having a power advantage, even though it's cut out, it's still one of the more powerful cars in the DNLS offering. And so that's why HRT just able to get it done. In fact, if there's one place you've got to pass the HRT car, it's turn number 1, because then you get this really weird bubble of technical corners coming up where the Mercedes can struggle in relation to you. And so that is where you can have a little bit of a gap and really cement your position. And of course, they weren't quite able to do that in the Landgraf team. Well, not in the Landgraf team, my apologies. It's the No esports team, sorry.
Well, more problems for the Volkenhorst BMW. Sami Matti-Trogen down to 8th, and this is an 8:03 last time by, which is 10 seconds off the pace of our leader, Elias Seppänen. So there's something not right at the wheel of that BMW for Sami Matti-Trogen, and it's a little bit deja vu again, Simil, because of course later in the race, last time out, Sami Matti-Trogen was nursing damage on the front of the car, and it's same again, damage on the front of that BMW is just doesn't quite come together for him. Now, this is where we might have a problem. Number 403 and 34. Again, 34 Sami Matti-Trogen, 403 the TCR machine of Corsim Racing, which is sitting in the pits. So it was Corsim Racing. Okay, Corsim Racing, our championship leaders in TCR, have been in the pits for nearly 3 minutes.
And that's the reason. Because Volkenhorst made contact with them. You're right, Peter. Championship leaders, Corsim Racing, SP3T. And they've only got a 3-point buffer, so if they have a bad round, that is it. That is gone. And essentially, let me lay down the context. In SP3T, it's been a weird mixture. It's only been a fight between Core and Hörsinghöl in terms of race wins. They've been swapping them around big time, and this was meant to be Core's big opportunity, right? This was meant to be Core's chance to just zoom away, get a big win, and get back at Team Hörsinghöl. But what can I say? I think Core in every single category, and across all the 4 categories that they compete in, have had at least one bad day, and this is the SP3T's time now. What's going on?
Well, we're getting word that something has happened with the number 7 Team BMW bank car, Bruno Spengler, who's down to 9th position.
Yeah.
So something has happened there as well. So what action here in the third round of the digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie presented by Goodyear Tyre. And this is the Schütz Messtechnik race, and the orange Schütz car there battling away. Now, let's get a look at it. Oh my goodness me, it's the Heusenfeld car have now been involved. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. So, for context, folks, the Team Heusenfeld TCR car and the Corsim Racing TCR car are the 2 standout fastest cars in that class. They're battling for the championship, and both are running wounded. Now, update on Corsim Racing. They are back out in the circuit now after 3.5 minutes in the pits. Oh my word. What did I say about the TCR? How it would be, it's going to be a battle between Heusenfeld and Core. Well, that's gone out the window.
Yeah, but if you're a Heusenfeld fan, they actually are still in the lead. So that's a plus.
How?
The gap the gap behind though is 8 seconds. 8 seconds to 8 seconds to Marshmallow Racing in half an hour. Are you kidding me? With that incident as well. So maybe I'm not reading the timing stream correctly, or there's something more to it. And there is a chance it could be the former as well, mind you. But this is just outstanding to see that Heusenfeld will still have that gap. But they might have damage as well. Or would they? Because that TCR car is built like a tank, Peter. It can sustain the biggest of hits. So if it's front-end damage, Heusenfeld might be losing a fair bit of straight line speed. But so far the lap times don't quite show something quite like that. So I guess, thumbs up if you're a Heusenfeld fan. Things are okay, but only by the skin of their teeth.
That has got to be the most miraculous escape from an accident, if that is the case. Their lap time was a 9:02 last time by, just 6 seconds off Marshmallow Racing, who are in second place. They're right behind, they're just a second behind Team Heusenfeld. So we'll get an idea if that gap will continue to close in the upcoming moments. Well, it's all action here at the Nürburgring. It's definitely the most fractious race. So yeah, there you go. Another incident in being looked into between the 477 Valkyrie eSport car and car 34. Sami Matti-Trogen, if he still avoids the naughty step after all these, he's doing well.
Yeah, maybe he might have something on the side of luck today in that case, if of course he's able to avoid it, or maybe he's under the Alpecin mist or the Alpecin foam. Can you call it?
I think you get a lather. You would work up a lather.
That's true. Or the froth, because it's caffeine coffee-based shampoo, maybe?
Yeah, froth and a lather, I think so. Yeah, crema, if it's yeah, there you go.
Nailed it.
I'm hoping we get a bottle in the post, Sunil. I mean, I couldn't really be an ambassador because my hair is falling out and it's on a one-way ticket to falling out. So maybe I wouldn't be the best ambassador. Maybe they need someone like a Dario Franchitti because his hair is never falling out. He's got the perfect locks. Anyway, back at the front, the two Mercedes and Norbert Kess has rallied. Elias Sepinen was threatening to pull away, but Norbert Kess has said absolutely no chance. You're not holding the honour of Afterbach all by yourself today. And Moritz Lohner just drilling away as he does, just relentless in that Lamborghini. And what a battle. Now, none of these top three have success penalties to serve, so we've got a straight fight here at the front. But of course, the Team HRT car is the championship leader only by 1 point, but the rivals, BS Competition and Mala Racing, nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, it's surprising that BS Competition have always been there or thereabouts only. They've always been there in terms of the points, but today they're fourth, last round they were fifth, and now look at this one. HRT gunning for the lead. Kiss moves to the outside, Peter. This is his chance.
And he gets it done. What a move there from Norbert Kiss. Hits the front for Team HRT, Bilstein, Mercedes to complete the lap. Now, we normally see 6-lap stints. Will we see an adaptation in strategy from any of these three cars? No, they go on to start their 6th lap, and there's the BS Competition car in 4th. So not too out of touch, not as much as the Mala Porsche is, which also has a 30-second success penalty to serve as well. So 2 hours and 20 minutes to go. Lap times last time round. Norbert Kess a 750.266, 751.9 for Sepinen in second. Moritz Lohner 750.8, 751.3 for BS Competition, Niels Koch. So the pace at the front is rapid. But a little bit further down, Carl Janssen in 5th in the Porsche. Timo Sunonen up to 6th position for Team Windward. And of course, he will hand that car over to Jack Sedgwick, who we know his credentials. And Team Windward, they do have a 10-second success penalty to overcome, but Jack's come over worse than that before.
Yeah, it's not bad. I think it's pretty handy, right? All things considered, you can quite work around with it. And so, I have to say, this particular first stint has been superb from Timo. I didn't quite expect him to put in quite a consistent shift, but here we are today. And you mentioned Jack Sedgwick Jr. He's been around for so long. He's been in the iRacing GT World Championship and the Porsche Jaguar Esports Super Cup as well. He's someone who's been there and done that, which is exactly what you need from your top sim racing drivers in the SP9 category. So maybe don't quite count out Windward for a good top 5 if something happens, of course, to the existing order, because considering the way things are going right now, Peter, I think a lot is going to happen. This thing is not going to calm down anytime soon.
Definitely not. Well, this battle for GT4 honours SP10 class is coming down to the wire. This has really been the story of the championship season. The 395 Team RSO car, which won last time out, Maxim Ramstein in the course and racing machine. We have seen virtually the entire season, not just each race, the entire season, these two cars running nose to tail. Such consistent, balanced driving lineups. All of the drivers super quick. And with these little Porsche 718 Cayman MR Club Sports, I'm sure I've got the names in the wrong order, but you get the idea. Wonderful little machine. You see lots of these cars racing on the Nordschleife, and of course the MR stands for Manthey Racing, the company now partly owned by Porsche, run by the Ryder brothers, but of course founded by the great Olaf Manthey, who has 30 wins in NLS competition, more than any other driver. And I remember speaking to Timo Bernhard, who said when he raced in Olaf's last ever race on the Nordschleife as a driver, and they're standing on the podium together, and he says, Timo, I'm going to stop now. And he says, really? But you're still winning? He says, yep, no, I'm done. That's enough for me. And he did. And he stepped back. And of course, as a team owner, the most successful team owner in the Nürburgring 24-hour. But amazingly, Sunil, Olaf Manthey, all those NLS wins, he never won the 24-hour race as a driver. Plenty of times as a team owner, but never as a driver.
And it's crazy how it eluded him all this while. And I just love the story you just mentioned about him just being very crisp. Yeah, I'm done. Yeah, love him. Gotta love him.
Absolutely. Well, this is the 3-hour Schütz Messtechnik 3-hour race here in the digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back to the Schütz Messtechnik 3-hour race of the digital Nürburgring Endurance Series, presented by Goodyear Tyre. It's Peter Mackay here alongside Sunil Arora for this LEGO Technic live stream. Round 3 for this fantastic championship. It has been a dramatic start to the race, Sunil. I mean, trying to summarise it all, Mercedes 1-2 out front sounds very simple, but it's been far from it.
Exactly. This has been, I think, the most chaotic start of the season so far, where we've seen the lead being swapped around a couple of times. We've seen lap traffic interfere with the lead a couple of times. We've seen trains of 6-odd cars literally just battling out for the lead of the top category so many times. And cars going side by side at Tiergarten, and cars actually crashing out at the Dottinger. What have we not seen today, Peter?
Well, we've seen it all. Well, I think we're about to see our leaders come into pit lane. In fact, exactly as we say that, We've come back at the perfect moment. Our leaders are in the pit lane. Nürburgring brings in the Team HRT Mercedes. Elias Sepinen in the Team Landgraf Mercedes. And here comes the Heusinkveld car, the Windward Mercedes as well, and Sami-Matti Drogen in the Volkenhorst BMW. So all of the leading cars in SP9 are into pit lane. So who's going to win the race on pit road? So the Windward Mercedes there, why are they stopping there? That is the success penalty box. So Windward to serve a 10-second penalty by virtue of finishing third in the last race. So they carry on after that. Sami-Matti Drogen has to serve a 20-second penalty for finishing second in the last race. So that will drop them a little bit further down the order, while the others head forward. So Nürburgring takes his stop. A quick splash and dash. Now, interestingly, Sunil, the track temperature has dropped a bit. It's now just 29.4. It was up at 34 degrees Celsius, and that will make it easier to double stint the tyres when required.
Yeah, indeed. That makes it a lot easier, actually, for the teams and drivers, because initially, Peter, we saw in qualifying that everyone preferred to change tyres after one qualifying lap because they thought that the surface was too hot and eventually the grip would wear out in the second lap, but that luckily has eased off a little bit, which means that teams and drivers can worry just a little bit less on that. And this series has been strategically a bit bland, luckily, because it doesn't quite offer many variables in terms of strategy. It's more on what you can do with what you have on the track. It's more driver dependent, which means that sometimes we can see some heroic performances take part, and that can be the difference between one team and the other. But it's not like it's completely shut off. Mercedes right now, the HRT team, for instance, have gone for a bit of a shorter stop. They have gone for a stop of 26 seconds, whereas Landgraf have gone for 33. So I suppose HRT haven't quite taken tyres, and Landgraf have taken two of them, along with their esports, that is. That's diversity, yeah, that's going to be interesting.
Well, I'm not sure. I wonder if Landgraf and Door Esports have topped the tank up, whereas...
Could be.
Yeah, maybe, because, it could be then that the stint lengths aren't necessarily going to be all even, so maybe Nürburgring is taking a slight short fill to get the track position and get off and set some hot laps on his own, and of course with a little bit lighter fuel load to be able to set hotter laps as well, with the car being a little bit lighter. So let's see how it pans out. But look at Kita now on board the Team Landgraf car, and Moritz Lohner staying on board for a second stint in the Dora Esports Lamborghini. So after the pit stops then, this is how it is. It's still a Mercedes 1-2, HRT from Team Landgraf, Moritz Lohner for Dora Esports in third. BS competition now with Kesselhut on board the number 89 BMW. That is Julian Kesselhut driving that car. In fifth, we have Mercedes Team Heusinkveld in their 101 Mercedes. Mats Thor Husfeldt driving that car now. Kai Kishube at the wheel of the Team BMW Bank, taking over from Bruno Spengler. They're in sixth. Seventh place is Mercedes Team Windward with their success penalty now served. They're 36 seconds off the lead. And likewise, Sami-Matti Drogen again, success penalty served, is 43 seconds off the lead in eighth. So it's game on for those cars, Sumil. With the success penalty served, they can now get their head down and get on with it. So, confirmation then in TCR. By some form of miracle, the Team Heusinkveld car, the number 404 Marcel T, despite that dramatic crash with the Team BMW Bank car, somehow carrying on without too much fuss, leading by 3 seconds from Marshmallow Racing. However, Corsim Racing nowhere near as fortunate. After a long stop for them, they are back right down the order in class. In fact, they are sitting 8th in class at the moment, so a long fight back required for Corsim Racing. Oh, just take a moment to enjoy the wonderful V8 rumble of that afterback muscle in the front of this Mercedes AMG. 6.2 litres of pure beef. And that's what you need to drag up this section here, up the Kesselchen. It's a long drag up the little valley towards Moot Curve, Bravery Corner. And it is given that name for very good reason. It's almost flat in top gear. And here comes Lohner. Now, is he going to... He's going for a bit of bump drafting here. This is very, very close indeed. Is Moritz Lohner going to have a look? No, there's no room really. Absolutely flat out as they head towards Klostertal. And the Team Landgraf car, Luca Kita, trying to hold off a rabid Moritz Lohner as they head up towards the Caracciola Carousel. And Kita hangs on, but for how long?
That's going to be the big question, and this second half of the circuit is going to be a biggie. And look at this one, Landgraf opting for a different strategy across the carousel. But was it deliberate though? Move up in a second.
That's very odd. I don't know if there's maybe a mistake or something like that, but maybe a mistake there from Luca Kita, and Moritz Lohner carries on then and immediately puts a bit of gap between himself and the Mercedes. Now, will that come back on the Dottinger Hole? We did see the Mercedes have got fantastic top-end pace on the Dottinger Hole. We saw even the BMW of Sami Matti-Trogen not really able to pull much of an advantage in the draft of one of the Mercedes. So we shall see. The only thing is, though, for Moritz Lohner, now having a bit of clean air, you'll be able to use the superior cornering speed of this Lamborghini. And the one thing is, when you're following the big chunky Mercedes, the dirty air is often a problem. Remember Kevin Estre telling me that, saying if you're following the Mercedes, he says the dirty air is a disaster. And I use the word disaster, I quote. He says it's so difficult. But no such problem now for Moritz Lohner. Can he pull enough of a gap to protect himself on the Dottinger Hole? No further action for the incident between the Team BMW bank car and the Team Heusingfeld TCR Semil. So that was seen as a 50-50.
Interesting, yeah. Okay. And the implications have been far from 50-50, right, at the end of it. Because Heusingfeld can carry on. Again, it helps that the TCR is built like a tank. But all of a sudden, this makes it so much harder for Walkenhorst, not just to have a good result in this race, but in the entire championship, because rounds are limited here. Eventually, every bad result hits you double as hard because there's only so few races.
Yeah, it certainly does. Well, we're riding on board there on the top left of your screen with Moritz Lohner, who looks incredibly relaxed there at the wheel of that Dor Esports Lamborghini. But you can tell he'll be looking in his mirrors now, with his mirrors filled of Luca Kita's Team Landgraf man-filter Mercedes. That's a very familiar sight for those who race on the Nürburgring. This iconic livery. You can see Moritz Lohner just placing his Lamborghini exactly where he needs to. Now, he's got to try and survive the run down towards turn one. This is where it's another very fast part of the circuit, down towards the dead stop into the very tight right-hand hairpin as well. Can Moritz Lohner hang on to this position and immediately goes defensive at the last moment? Oh, we got bogies. We got bogies, the GT4 traffic there, and Lohner, oh, is he able to use them to his advantage to hold on to the position? And there we go, drive-through penalty. Well, this is going on. 34 Walkenhorst BMW. Their day goes from bad to worse. Oh, little bit of contact there between Kita and Lohner, and the STS BMW trying to stay out the way, but they get through just about, and that's key, Semil, because now on the twisty parts, Lohner can try and pull away.
Indeed he can, and that is to the advantage of the Lamborghini. If there's one place where you have to make a move if you're a Mercedes, well, it's turn number one, because otherwise in these next couple of corners, you are going to be struggling. Well, not struggling, but of course you have a bit of a disadvantage in relation to the other car. And it's interesting. I wonder if Kita made that mistake at the carousel purposely, so that, of course, we can have a bit of an advantage at the Nottingham Hill. But if that was the case, it's backfired. It's not quite worked out.
Well, Moritz Lohner is a two-time ADAC esports champion, and also we've got a couple of podiums in the DTM trophy this year as well in the real world in the GT4 machinery, but showing his credentials there on the sim, looking very relaxed in a very high pressure situation.
Exactly, and driving like that as well at the end of the day, which is the most outrageous part for me, because oh, hang on a moment, I see that the low grip racing TCR car has been absolutely smashed up. Now it's not an uncommon sight, because TCR cars have had a bit of a rough day over here, but is it impacting them much? Because seemingly at the top of that field, Percival are able to work extremely fine with a lot of damage in the front end. Can low grip hold on in this battle? That's going to be interesting.
Certainly is, and we should see the TCRs coming in for pit stops maybe next lap around. They're just about to complete their 6th lap. Indeed they are, so maybe at the end of this lap, about to begin now, they will go for their pit stops, and that might be when we might see who's got the majority of damage and who will need to repair. Now, we've got pit stops going on in the Porsche 992 Cup class. Coanda Simsport in from the lead. David Williams brings in that car. With Team 75 by SimRC in as well. Peterbilt Performance, Asher, WNSE Motorsport, all really the leading Porsche 992 Cup cars in taking their service right now. Who will win the race on pit road with those cars? And who will do a driver change as well? We've seen David Williams lead very confidently in the Coanda Simsport Porsche to start with. When will he hand over to Zach Campbell? Not yet. He carries on after his pit stop. But Asher Racing, you mentioned them earlier, Simil, they've taken a short stop and they've leapt into the lead in their number 200 car.
Interesting. And so Asher trying something different over here, and that is interesting to say the least, because Asher, they have a pressure to deliver a good race eventually, remember, because they are the championship leaders, but they have a bit of a gap to the cars behind them. To be precise with you, that gap is around 10 points to Coanda, so it's not like they desperately need to have a good race, but I like the fact that they're throwing it all in here. They want to try and get a big result from this one, and now it puts the Coanda 208 Cup team in a situation that the Coanda SP9 team were in the last race. Do you let them go, or do you just deliberately try to hunt them down? Is the track position going to recycle back in their favor? That's the question. And remember, the SP9 Coanda team was a bit impatient the last time out, and that's how they lost their entire race there.
Well, interestingly, Marcus Jirak for Asher Racing, 14 seconds less in the pit box, about not far away from half the time in the pit box. Now that's definitely less fuel and possibly a difference in tyres as well. So that will come back to Coanda Simsport, I would think, with their battle. But back near the front, Moritz Lohner has not been able to shake off Luca Kita at all, albeit just up the drag strip up the Kesselchin where horsepower is everything. Kita has been able to pull in Moritz Lohner, but we're now coming into the climb up towards Hua Act, the highest point on the circuit, and then the drop down through Wipperman towards Esbach, and that is Lamborghini country, Simil, because that's where we've got high-speed corners and big changes of direction.
Indeed, yeah, and that's where the Lamborghini thrives, and that's where the Lamborghini actually looks very frantic. It's a proper sight to watch it dance around this section, and you can look at the difference, right? The Mercedes, well, it is getting a bit nervous, but you can see that Luca Kita has to drive it out like that, and the Lamborghini feels more confident in this case. And for Luca right now, it's all about just staying close enough, maybe around, say, 3 or 4 tenths at the max, so that when the Dottinger comes around, you can use your already existing power advantage. But look at how nervous the Landgraf team is getting. That car is twitching, Peter. It does not look like the most comfortable one out there.
Well, I think Luca Kita is really having to push hard to keep a hold of Moritz Lohner through these swooping sections now, through the Stefan, well, just before the Stefan Beloff S, Pflanzgarten, and then into the Stefan Beloff S. And yeah, Luca Kita just trying to hang on to the Lamborghini. And as you mentioned, Sunil, once they get out of Galgenkopf onto the Dottinger Ho, then that's when the big Alterbach muscle in the front of this Mercedes AMG will come into play as they come through Schwalbenschwanz up towards the Kleine Carousel. Really tricky corner, very easy to get it out and loose there, but no such problem for Luca Kita. Up they come towards Galgenkopf. Now this is a critical corner, because if you can get the exit right out of here, you get the run onto the 3-kilometer drag strip of the Dottinger Ho. So here we go then, up into top gear. Here we've got the run, a big run now for Luca Kita, and Moritz Lohner he doesn't make any defence, and allows Luca Kita to get the run now, and we'll get back into the draft of Kita and maybe try and make that move down into turn 1. Yeah, that's very smart. Very, very smart indeed. Oh, but not enough of a run for Kita. Moritz Lohner has got the top end speed. That's a big surprise there as well. And Kita has to back out of it there at the last moment going into the Tiergarten. What a defence from Moritz Lohner. Super stuff.
Exactly, and very smartly plotted out. He let the Mercedes go past, knowing that he just needed that little bit of draft towards the end to get it done. But it's a realistic opportunity right now for Landgraf, and they can't quite get past. That is outstanding defending by Moritz Lohner. He just knew, Peter. He knew where it would be smarter to let the Mercedes go past. And there's this rather interesting school of thought, right, that says that if you have to stay ahead, you have to stay ahead all the time. Moritz Lohner has consistently proven that no, you don't quite need to. I think it was one of his teammates, wasn't it, that actually fell back in the last race before Galgenkopf to pass someone at Tiergarten. So you don't always need to stay ahead to keep the position in the long run.
Well, this is fascinating. At the front of the field, of course, this is the battle we're watching for second position in SP9 is a SP10 Corsim Racing Porsche. Having to just look in the mirror a little bit there. Pascal Stix driving that car is about 9 seconds or so back, 8 or 9 seconds back from Team RSO. So RSO now taking the advantage really in SP10. So a big change in SP10 Corsim Racing, dropping off the scent, and they did not take a longer pit stop either. So that's happened on lap time. So maybe a mistake there somewhere for Corsim Racing. But at the front in SP9 for the GT3 cars, this is the battle for second position. A very, very hot battle indeed. But the lap times for these drivers last time round, they're in the 7:53s. Our leader, Sunil, Norbert Kess, who of course took a shorter pit stop, possibly less fuel, we don't know. But shorter pit stop, whatever happens about that, he's 2 seconds a lap faster, 7:51 for Norbert Kiss last time by.
I think it has to be the lighter car, Peter, that you mentioned early on. Kiss is just able to dial in the lap times, and I think it could partially also be down to the fact that he has to, because he's taken a bit of a shorter pit stop. So eventually you will see this group catch up, because they will have a bit more expendable fuel towards the end. So Kiss may be trying to put the faster lap times now. Duran Langdorf may be trying to put the faster lap times later. Perhaps banking on the fact that the track might get cooler. And Landgraf, with a cool head, passing Durr. At Schwedenkreuz. I don't think I can do that. That is crazy.
That's gutsy. That is absolutely flat out in 6th gear going into Schwedenkreuz. But to be very fair, Moritz Lohner used his head there. He did not. He gave the room, and in fact actually had a bit of a moment on the exit there of Schwedenkreuz. Nearly lost it onto the grass, but did manage to hold on to it. But that was smart, you know. Luca Kita did have the run, and of course these drivers are using their head, and that is keeping them in this race as well. They're having a super battle, but they're giving each other the room, which is critical here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. But while they battle away, the gap continues to increase. It's now over 13 seconds between Norbert Kiss and Luka Kita. That's a significant margin at the front, and it's only going to grow, Sunil, as they keep battling.
Yep, indeed. And this just means that Norbert Kiss has the golden opportunity to pull away and make that gap up. Because Durr and Landgraf, they just constantly will be fighting each other. They're stuck with each other. They will be fighting each other in this train. But it'll take some degree of maturity, which I think both teams have, to not fight and maybe look at the bigger picture. They've done this long enough, and they've been a part of the DNLS long enough. So I think you will see in the next couple of laps Landgraf and Durr Esports calming down a little bit and focusing more on the lap times, trying to maybe just get faster, end off, and then seeing how they can work with Norbert Kiss directly, because right now it's not working in their favour at all.
So our TCR leaders now coming into the pit lane, Team Hoisingveld, Marshmallow Racing as well in pit road. Now this is a Goodyear replay of the number 70 car. This is the move then. Luka Kita's got the run out of the Flugplatz into top gear now, carrying huge amounts of speed. Look at that, 220 kilometers an hour, and gets the move done. Beautifully set up. Good respect there from Moritz Lohner. Very, very top level motorsport there as well. That is so fast through there as well.
And there's a maturity in Durr, as you mentioned, Peter, just letting it go. That's smart.
Yeah, there's no merit in trying to squeeze there and then they end up in a huge accident. No, that was smart there from Moritz Lohner. This is a long race. We've still got an hour and 50 minutes to go. We're about an hour and 10 into the race as our SP10 leader, Team RSO, allows the 89 BS competition BMW by. And that gap about 9 seconds now between Niels Carstensen and Pascal Stix, who's taken over from Maxim Ramstein. Now, Team HRT, this is going very well right now. They're 13 seconds to the good after a mega opening stint from Norbert Kiss, who of course put the car on pole. But the big thing is, Sunil, of course, in any endurance race, is how strong is your whole driver lineup. But Team HRT, they have a really, well, they're spoilt for choice, really. They've got waiting in the wings Florian Denzler and Danny Gioza, two absolute rockets here on the Nordschleife. And at the next stop, one of those drivers will be getting in. So HRT is looking very good for the championship leaders right now.
Yeah, exactly. And when circumstances are going good for you as a driver, that's when your best performance normally gets to come out as well. So in this case, HRT were having a bit of a tumultuous day right from the very beginning. So we couldn't quite see what Danny and Florian could do in the second round. But in the first round, when HRT were having a good day, both of them literally clocked in one of the better stints that you could see from their sim drivers. A very strong middle one from Florian, and the composure from Danny at the end to hold off Marlon. That was quite something. So on the whole, Peter, now that they've discovered that Norbert Kiss can be a really good real-world driver to have, this three-car unit just feels normal, feels natural, feels like HRT again, because I think that's what they missed in the second round. That's why they had a bit of a poor qualifying, and the start of the race was a bit topsy-turvy, to put it that way. They just are on the right footing right now from the very beginning, and that helps.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we mustn't forget the incredible start to the season from Daniel Juncadella. Of course, real life Mercedes factory driver who put the car on pole, and just a stunning first stint of that race as well. It'd be good if we see Danny again. But, well, Norbert Kiss doing a super job as well. So Team HRT looking very strong at the moment in this Schütz Messtechnik 3-hour race. Hope you're enjoying the coverage here on the LEGO Technic live stream. Just 2 rounds to go after this one in the digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series. The MG Team HRT leads in SP9 in the 992 Cup class. Led at the moment by Asher Racing, but Coanda Simsport, David Williams closing the gap down. And Asher Racing have got a longer pit stop to take next time after a short stop at the first trip to the pit road. Team RSO Porsche number 397, Niels Carstensen leads by about 9 seconds or so from Corson Racing Porsche. Pascal Stix, they'll lead the championship at the moment to Corson Racing. And in TCR, after the pit stops, they're now on to their first flying lap now after the pit stop, and Team Huizenveld, the team with 9 lives, lead the way by 7 seconds. Not often will you get away with a crash like that, Sunil.
Yeah, and their pace also seems to be pretty strong. I just don't know how they're doing this. It helps that the TCR is super strong, no sturdy. But also from Huizenveld, right? Normally, when, say, drivers like you or me would eventually have a crash, we would just lose our mood a little bit. We're like, oh, come on, man, I'm losing time. This is going to be a bit of a disaster. And even when you're coming back, your mental focus is not quite in the same zone. But for Huizenveld, straight away after a crash, same performance, same zone, it's like nothing has changed.
Yeah, that's what makes them the pros that they are. Well, we're getting a great onboard here from Marcus Deck in the Peter Bonk Performance Porsche 992 Cup car, a machine that we will see in large numbers, I think, on the Nordschleife in the 2022 season. Also, as well, you can imagine when Manthey Racing get their hands on this machine and optimise it for the Nordschleife and optimise it for endurance racing. I think there could be this car is so fast that we could see some very heroic overall performances, I think, for this car when the season gets going.
Yeah, so true. And speaking of heroic, I mean, the word just brings in a bit of a negative connotation at the same time as well, because remember, it's the Nürburgring. There's always that feeling that you want to go faster, want to push the car to the limit. And with a car like this one, right, with the new Cup car, you will obviously feel like just trying that much harder. Heroic attempts might also mean a few heroic crashes, and that could be spectacular. Hopefully, if everyone is safe, because this car is mighty quick, almost like a GT3 is.
Now, interesting one, Sunil. We did see confirmation from race control that the number 34 Falkenhorst BMW of Sami Matti Trogan was given a drive-through penalty. However, he's only been in the pits once and for a regular pit stop, so he's still to serve that. How long? It can't be very long before the stewards are saying, Sammy, you've got to come in and take this stop. Or this drive-through, I should say.
Now, you have got me in a bit of a zone. That's the one thing I don't remember. But I shall get back and try to find out the exact term. You can serve your penalty under. I think it was 19 minutes or something.
Okay, so there is still time to serve it. It is a drive-through penalty, though, which will need to be served independently of any other pit stop. So, and the trip through the lane looking like about 30 seconds or so. So it is a pretty significant penalty, and would drop that car out of the top 10 as things look at the moment. So, an hour and 45 minutes to go. The SP9 car is just about to complete the 4th lap of their stint. And they will have 2 to go before the next trip to pit road. However, we might see that Norbert Kiss may come in after 5 laps rather than 6, given with his short fuel fill, and hand over to Florian Denzler or to Danny Giosa.
So, I've found that regulation, luckily, very quickly, and a drive-through penalty must be completed by the end of the 3rd lap of the race. Did you get it from that, essentially? So that I think has gone fast for Falkenhorst, hasn't it?
I think it's close anyway.
Interesting. If anything, we'll see race control flag it up on the race control sheet if it's not served within time. So let's actually wait and watch if Falkenhorst will get a penalty for that one. But yeah, they haven't quite come in yet, which is a bit strange.
Yeah, that is very strange. Yeah, so we'll see what happens there as we see a battle in SP10, the 333 STS BMW, which is the top BMW at the moment, battling for 5th in class with the number 360 WSE Motorsport Porsche. Ruben Piotrowski driving that car. Loris Brock in the BMW. Brock, now that is a name that is evocative in motorsports, of course. I doubt he's a relative of Peter Brock, but you never know. I mean, if he is, how cool is that?
And just the weightage of the name. Yeah, it's quite some. And at the Nürburgring, it's crazy. Actually, speaking of names, I forgot which team had a driver who officially got the title Lord Schleifer in iRacing.
Oh, good question. I don't know, to be honest.
We had it in the first round, didn't we? We had them for sure.
Schleifer. Yeah, now it's coming back to me now. Yes, I'm not sure, but you've got to be quick if you're going to be called that. That's for sure. If you're called Lord Schleifer. Well, there's of course the nobility has got a very important part in the history of the Nürburgring. Of course, Kaiser Wilhelm II was a big fan of motorsport, and he announced after the Kaiser Prize race in Tornes in June 1907 that they would build a racetrack, and he actually was he had to flee Germany and take exile in the Netherlands, but the Emperor's wish was eventually granted when the Nürburgring was built in the 1920s. Now, a warning, or penalty, sorry, for the 89 BS competition, but what was the penalty? I missed that. That could have big championship implications as well. That car running in fourth at the moment. Okay, Simil Aurora shuffles the papers to find out on that one. Yeah,
no, it's a bit silly, right? It's silly that it's been, I think, 2 years of us stuck inside, locked down, and just really forced to work out with electronic technology, and you still sometimes forget to turn your mic on. It's silly on my end, but BS competition, second in the championship, only 1 point behind HRT, and as it stands, they're having a decent day, right? HRT are running away with it, but eventually, in the next race, HRT will get a success penalty, and BS competition won't if it stands as it stands. So, this has big implications, but I don't see anything written down as to why yet. I see for BMW Bank and Team Hörsenwell.
Well,
I think that's for a collision between BMW Bank and Hörsenwell, but nothing for BS.
Interesting. Okay. So, while the lap time's interesting again, the battle rages on between Luca Kita in the Team Landgraf Manfilter Mercedes and Moritz Lohner in the Lamborghini, Simil.
I'm sorry, Peter, I've got a bit of news on that. So it's just come in that RSO, the Racing Fuel Simulators 398, the very potent SP10 car, the Porsche, they were in a collision with an 89 BS competition, and it's being investigated for causing a collision. That's why.
Okay, good work. Now that is the third place RSO car. It is not the leading car. That's the 397 that leads by about 7 seconds from Corsim Racing. So SP10, big drama there then. And well, for BS competition, if they get a penalty for that, that could that flips things round a lot. And they're the leading BMW by a reasonable margin at the moment. They're in fourth. The next BMW is seventh, Kai Kashubi. At the moment, 4 Mercedes AMGs in the top 6, so it's a good day for fans of the Alterbach factory. And Moritz Lohner still stalking Luca Kita here in the Door Esports Lamborghini. Beautiful blue, black and white machine. Now, lap times, Norbert Kiss continues to stretch the gap. A 750.8 for the Hungarian last time by. A 752.3 for Kita, 751.8 for Lohner. So that gap continues to grow. It's 14.3 seconds now. Now, Norbert Kiss is on to the 5th lap of his stint. I would suspect, Simil, that we will see Norbert Kiss come into pit lane at the end of this lap and take a little bit of a longer stop with fuel, a new driver, and probably a set of tyres as well, I would think.
Yeah, exactly. And the interesting part is going to be how much longer. I think he's done a very good job in this particular stint to open up the gap. But, oh, there's a slide. I'm sorry. I have just been put out by that tremendous slide. by the Landgraf team. They nearly lost to that Schweden twice. So there's that. But back to the point. Back to Team HRT. You can see I'm already struggling to maintain concentration on that because that was just tremendous. But HRT, right? They've got 14 seconds. Eventually, you will see Landgraf and Durr also potentially going for a longer stop because everyone does usually in their second stint. Traffic's causing a problem, Peter. Oh my God!
Oh, big traffic there at Adner Force, but they both get through clean. But that will definitely lose lap time for both cars, for Kita and for Lohner. Now, Sami Matti-Trogan has served his drive-through penalty. 22 seconds through the lane, no stop, and he then drops to 9th position now. About now 15 seconds from the MRS Esports Porsche in 8th, so a pretty hefty penalty in terms of position for Volkenhorst BMW, where it is really unravelled. They've been up there at the front, they started on the front row of the grid, but just not quite been the day for Sami Matti-Trogan and the Volkenhorst crew. But this is your battle for second position. Mercedes versus Lamborghini. And Lamborghini are a factory who don't have as much representation in the Nürburgring Langstrecken series as Mercedes or Audi or Porsche or BMW do. However, they do have some representation, of course, most significantly by Conrad Motorsport, Franz Conrad's outfit, and they've been so fast in the 2021 season, but it's just not been able to come together for them in the race. But I think, Simil, I've got a prediction. I think Conrad Motorsport are going to get an NLS win, maybe even an N24 win, possibly. And that would be the first for an Italian manufacturer for a very long time.
Yeah, it's crazy how Lamborghini are able to hold up that banner, right? We don't quite see Ferraris race over here in the DNLS, so it's Lamborghini or nothing in this case if you're in your Italian car loving phase, essentially. But for Lamborghini, it's also been iffy, right? It's been very conditional in terms of their performance. It's a very mercurial car, this one, that only a few teams are actually able to make it work properly, and Durr are one of those who have understood what it's actually like to get this car to race at the top level.
Yeah, it's a very solid package here on the iRacing network, and a very solid endurance racing car. Of course, winner multiple times of the of the Daytona 24 hours, the Sebring 12 hours as well. So it has the credentials, that's for sure. But here at the Nürburgring, it is not quite the exclusive playground of the German manufacturers, but certainly close. It's a very, very important racing platform for each German factory, not only for development of vehicles, but also for success in marketing of those vehicles as well. So, it will not be long before we get Norbert Kiss coming into pit lane, we think, for the dash to the flag, handing over either to Danny Giosa or to Florian Denzler. And Team HRT, the championship leaders, looking very strong at the moment. In the 992 Cup class, that is still Asher Racing leading the way, but only by about 5 seconds from David Williams for Coanda Sim Sport. Now, special mention here for the orange BMW in 7th position, Schütz Sim Racing. Of course, Schütz Messtechnik, our sponsor today for this 3-hour race, and many thanks to them for their support of this wonderful championship. And it's been a good day for that BMW after a great start, Simil.
It has, but it could have been better because Schütz BMW was somewhere in the top 5 as far as I can remember. So I am a bit surprised to see why they have dropped down, because in the first lap they were somewhere in the top 5, second lap, and suddenly they are back down to being number 7. So again, it's turning out to be a good day. It's only that it could have been a little bit more, but I hope that they're able to salvage out a great result from this one. Because there's still a lot of time, and that car has shown potential, especially in qualifying here today.
Yeah, very good potential indeed. And at the moment, they're second of the BMWs in the SP10 class. The leading BMWs are in Vision STS. They are in 5th in class at the moment, behind 4 Porsches. Now, in SP10, the BMW Now with just they've got a little bit more of a power brake, another 0.15% of power added, another 2 kilograms of weight taken away, but the balance is still not there. It still seems that the Porsche has the edge in the SP10 class. They're very different vehicles. Of course, the M4 with a straight six turbocharged engine in the front of the car, whereas the Porsche mid-engines with a 3.8 litre naturally aspirated engine. So they are very, very different. Now, Mercedes side by side here. Whoa! Down into the Tiergarten. The windward car just sneaks in front of the hoisting belt machine. That's Jack Sedgwick on the charge. Now, with success penalties served, windward now into 5th position as Florian Denzler gets on board the Team HRT Mercedes. So, our estimations were correct, Shamil. It was a short fill for HRT.
Yeah, you called it to perfection, Peter. Absolutely spot on. And now let's wait and watch if Winwood can move like the wind. Now, this is going to be fun because it's the final lap of their stints. They only have one more until they come back in. How much of a gap have HRT got right at the very top? Because remember, 14 seconds when they came into the pit lane, these guys will also have to take a bit of a longer stop because of a change in tyres. But is 14 seconds enough of a margin? And especially, that gap might come down if the opening lap from HRT isn't quite good enough with Florian Denzler. So let's wait and watch what Denzler has to deliver in this first lap now.
I'm sure he will. Well, he's back out onto the circuit now after taking service and tyres as well. A minute in the pit box, so that is a full service, tyres, driver change, and fuel. So it's game on for that outfit, and it'll be interesting to see how it balances out with Team Landgraf and Dor Esports as well, who now take up first and second position as we've got a drag race up the Kesselchen now, side by side into Mootcurve. Who has got the goalies here? Oh, it's Otterbach in the Deutsche Payment car as Dirk Cooper's Roybert decides, I think I'll just live to fight another day. Wow, that's just these 50-50 moments that you get racing on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And ooh, that was close. That was very close. Now, just in the back of shot there, and a note to mention them, the number 91 Mala Porsche. It's been a really tricky day at the office for them. Ryan Barneveld now on board, but they're long way down the order. In fact, they're in 28th overall, so long behind a lot of the 992 Cup machines, but they've been into the pit lane on 4 occasions, so they've definitely been nursing damage from, I think they were caught up in that incident on lap 1, Simil. We didn't see a replay, but judging by the time, I think that's what's happened.
Yeah, Mala, of course, they had that. They had the success penalty from the last round as well. It's that, everything could go wrong, has gone wrong for Mala and almost did for Deutsche Payment. Had they just not feathered around with the throttle, that could have been a big Deutsche Payment to the space department. That could have been costly. That could have been costly in terms of real money if this was real life, but in terms of this race, time lost as well. How did he save it, Peter? That just is some class driving.
And that's fast through there. That's Whipperman down to S-Back really quick. And in one of those 992 Cup cars, you have no traction control, no ABS, nothing. You're on your own. And of course, it's still a relatively rear-biased car in terms of the engine positioning. It's still a 911 after all. And that was tricky. But Ryan Barneveld getting hugely caught up here in traffic with Marcus Unkhoff, which is for position. He's in 17th in class, but also with the 992 Cup machines, just cannot get the move done. So it's been a really tough day for the Mala Porsche team, but they will be back, make no mistake. But it's going to be very difficult for them to score points. But as we've seen, it's a long championship, and it can easily go wrong for any team. It will not be. I have a feeling, Simil, that it's going to go right down to the wire in our 5th round, which comes up. The Lego Technic 3-hour race comes up on the 6th of March. The next round on the 13th of February, the Happy Racing 3-hour race. And now Ryan Barneveld gets his opportunity to get the run on the Dottinger hole and takes 17th position. Or does he? Just. And can he get by the Deutsche Payment Cup car here now into the Tiergarten? Yes, just about. And puts the Cup car in between. That's very smart there. Gutsy from Ryan Barneveld, but gets it done and fighting on. We love it.
You can tell they haven't quite forgotten how to race, right? It's just a bit of a tricky day, and that's how they eventually are languishing so far down. But it may be a blessing in disguise, Peter. Because remember, HRT had a very similar day in nature. Bad race start, success penalty, bit of damage in this last race. But the way... sorry. But the way they've actually bounced back in this one, they've gotten rid of a success penalty and they can maybe channel their efforts more towards the race where they know they'll be strong. So the next race, round number 4, that is going to be a very important one, and Mahler have to swing it out of the park in that one, which means that if they do, race number 5, they may get a success penalty, which complicates it even more. So do you want to perform or not? Oh, it's odd.
Well,
a championship here.
It's a tough one, and the points, but the thing is, the top 3 positions are heavily rewarded with points. The points really drop off in order after the podium position, so it is worth the while to get those points on the board. But yeah, that is a very good point. Team HRT, the championship leaders, had a shocker last round. They only scored 1 point. They scored 15 for their win in race 1. So nobody's had the perfect run really in this digital Nürburgring Langstrecken series, and that is really what racing on the Nordschleife can be about. It's so easy to just take one slight misstep. You don't even need to take your own misstep to get out. Oh, super shot there. Great work from our camera crew of the Alpecin anti-balding shampoo Volkenhorst BMW, which is as it was in the last round, Semil carrying some front damage, which is really hurting the pace.
Yeah, but in the last round it was more marginal as a result of curb strikes, is what we heard. In this one, it's more direct. It's as a result of that incident we saw the Walkenhorst team be a part of. So clearly, Walkenhorst not having ideal races, which is frustrating, isn't it, Peter? Because we've always seen that Walkenhorst have got that acumen and they've got that pace good enough to potentially win races, but there's something or the other here or there.
You're right, yeah, absolutely spot on. I mean, remember back in the first round, I mean, Will Trigurtha was clipped by the windward Mercedes, and that put them right down the order in the opening round. So yeah, it has been a difficult championship. Definitely had the front running pace, but it's trying to put it together, which is the tricky part. Now, an update for fans of the Corsom Racing TCR car, which did it had a big old shunt with the Volkenhorst BMW, still languishing in 8th position in class. Kieran Harrison at the wheel, running very quick lap times though, 8:49 last time by, which is 4 seconds quicker than Team Heusingveld at the front of the field. So Kieran Harrison he's really fighting hard, but has 55 seconds to get up past Cartharler Wicklick Esports. So it's a tough fight for Corsom Racing, but in that championship battle with Team Heusingveld, they've just got to try and get as far up the order as they can, but with pace like that, they'll be able to close the gap down.
Yeah, they've got to, and they've got no other choice. They just have to fight as hard as they potentially can, because in this battle there's 2 main protagonists. It's highly unlikely that a third team might come in there and perhaps change the equation. So you know that when it's you up against another team, you just can't leave anything to chance. You've got to give it all that they've got. Who knows how things might play out, and eventually I think both teams will be getting success penalties. So you've got to give it everything you've got to. You've got, rather.
Well, at the moment, Corsom Racing lead the championship by 3 points from Team Heusingveld, with Marshmallow Racing in 3rd. They're on 17 points, so they are in it as well. And at the moment, Marshmallow Racing are in 2nd place. So although they don't have the ultimate pace of Heusingveld or Corsom Racing, they've been consistent, and that is critical as well.
Yeah, because I think both Heusingveld and And Core now have had a bit of a bad day of peace, haven't they? So it helps out to beat them, but I guess eventually it will hand back down to the quicker teams. I get a feeling because they've got just too much space not to have a few good races. I think at the max they'll just have one bad round, so it's going to be hard for them. But if they can get going, Marshmallows will. Yeah, it's turning out to be a great year for them.
So we've had some pit stops near the front in the SP9 category. Pit stops for Team Landgraf, Door Esports and BS Competition, and indeed Team Windward, Team Heusenveld as well, all coming in. They're just slightly off strategy compared to Team HRT, who have now reclaimed the lead. So Florian Densler leads by 11 seconds from Luca Kita. And in the Door Esports car, we have had a driver change in that machine. The number 20 Lamborghini, we have Nico Nuninghoff driving that machine. There he is. Now, side by side there, the 34 of Dominic Stabe now taking over from Sami Matti-Trogen. So, it will be just one more pit stop to go from now. So who has got the aces to play at the moment is looking very good indeed for Mercedes Team HRT. Landgraf looking good as well. Door Esports in third in their Lamborghini. Just about 4 seconds back from Landgraf now. So through the pit stops, Samil, Landgraf have been able to put a gap between themselves and Door Lamborghini.
Exactly, they have. And this is all that they needed at this particular stage. They have got that margin, which means that they can focus on one target, HRT. And this is just the best thing possible for them, isn't it? That now they don't have to worry about Door. And they seem like such a realistic threat all the way through. They were fighting with them at the toughest of corners. It's just an unnecessary headache. And Landgraf have gotten rid of that headache. They can only focus forwards and not back now. I think we could be in for a bit of a photo finish, Peter, but that's only if Landgraf can actually shed up and lose that time to HRT, which is 10 seconds. Do you reckon it happens, though, in 1 hour and 20 minutes? It seems dicey, but I want it to happen desperately.
Well, who knows? We will see. As we see, it's a Porsche drag race here, with the number 91 Mala Porsche and SP9 making the way around us. Oh, look at this, drafting. Phoenix Racing, that's so clever. Phoenix Racing 992 Cup car gets into the draft of the SP9 machine, the Mala car. And I think, is that the Asher Porsche that's at third in the queue there as well? This is stunning, using the SP9 car as the perfect drafting tool. In fact, no, it's not. It's the Phoenix car. Oh dear. It's now the Phoenix car that had problems earlier on, and it's the 246. Yes.
The German sim racing car they got taken
that's what I was looking for. Yes. Who goes into pit lane after all that excitement.
Come on, should have waited for a bit longer.
That was fantastic.
Yeah. That was always in a way.
Yes, that was very, very clever there from the Phoenix Racing Cup car. That's of the 205 of Alpert, using the draft of the Mala Porsche as it's busy coming out of pit lane now. Phoenix, number 5 Phoenix Lamborghini, pit stop complete. Also, you can see just at the back of the shot there, well, I mean, what can you say? The Lego Technic Lamborghini, a disastrous day at the office. Dane Warren now on board that car. They're in 21st place. Qualifying was a disaster, and the race has not been a great deal better. And with 2 top-level drivers, you've got to think they'll be reeling after this, Seville. It's just not what we expect from those drivers running out the Coanda SimSport outfit.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a case of what could have been, right, in this particular case. But it's not the end of the world. I think it's still an opportunity for them to salvage what they can of the next 2 races, but it's frustrating to know there's so much performance right there in the bag, but for some reason or the other, things just don't quite materialize all the time. And I wonder why. And they will be having a serious look at it, because a brand as big as Guandi, you want to be winning every time you step on the field.
Absolutely, yeah, that's how they go racing. That's for sure. Well, this is the 3-hour Schütz Messtechnik race of the digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear Tyre. An hour and 17 minutes to go in this motor race, and we'll have all the action live here on the LEGO Technic live stream. Who's your pick for the win? It's looking pretty good for Mercedes-AMG at the moment. And we've got just enough time for a quick Goodyear replay here as whoa, big smash for and brings the M&J Mercedes in there as well. Well. That was one of the Lamborghinis. I think that was the Cartland Race Sports number 21 car as well. Well. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back in just a moment here on the LEGO Technic live stream for more from the Nürburgring. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Schütz Messtechnik 3-hour race of the digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear Tyre. It's Peter Mackay here alongside Sumil Arora for the LEGO Technic live stream, where we have just 73 minutes to go of this stunning motor race on the world's greatest race circuit, the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Well, Sumil, it's looking good for championship leaders, Mercedes-AMG, Team HRT, Florian Denzler at the wheel, a 7-second advantage over Luca Kita for Mercedes Team Landgraf, but I have a feeling this race is far from over.
Exactly, and I remember discussing this, I think 5 odd minutes ago, Peter, maybe even less, that it's going to be hard for Landgraf to close up a gap of 10 seconds, but in that margin, in that period, they've closed up 3 seconds. I was saying 1 minute, 1 hour, 20 minutes to go. Is 10 seconds going to come down? I think it could. They've already closed down 3 seconds in the last few and actually make that 3.25. So HRT could be in some serious trouble as Landgraf, well, they're covering some land.
They are. Well, we're getting a word that, unfortunately, the RN Vision STS BMW, which was the top-ranked BMW, it's on a toll back to pit lane. So that, obviously, a terminal incident taking out that BMW M4 GT4. What a pity. And that then means that the top BMW now is in 6th position. That's Ringfazart Sim Racing, followed closely by Schütz Sim Racing with their orange BMW as well. So we'll get a look at it in a moment on our Goodyear replay. But if it's a tow back to pit lane, it's usually a pretty big one. So Door Esports now have the very close attention. They've lost the touch of Team Landgraf. Luca Kita finally able to shake off that blue Lamborghini, but Door Esports now have to focus their attention on BS competition. The number 89 BMW, driven by Julian Kesselt, who is really on the charge. Julian, last time, well, we'll get a look at a flying lap in a moment, coming out of pit lane, but closing the gap down visibly there. Just a couple of car lengths in it. And that BMW BS competition looking very racy. Now, here's our Goodyear replay. What happened to the STS sim racing car? The Phoenix Racing Porsche behind. Oh no. Oh no. Gives him a huge help into the barrier. At the Hatzenbach and onto the roof. Oh, for good measure. Can he stick the landing? Oh, yes, just about. But I think a quite significant penalty might be coming the way of the Phoenix Porsche Cup car there, Simil.
Yeah, exactly. That was just a punt. There's no other word to put it. Not just into one barrier, eventually into two. So, double whammy right there for the BMW. And yeah, it's a bit of a shame when things go wrong. They just end up going very, very wrong. And for Phoenix Racing, the Cup car, it's just been that sort of day. More of that in a second. But BS competition, Peter. BS competition. Bravery. I think that's what the B stands for in BS.
Let's say yes. Burosud, of course. Burosud competition. The Zebras. And, of course, we've seen BS competition pair up with the Turner Motorsport team, a top BMW racing outfit in the United States, to have the half Turner Motorsport livery and the half BS competition out on their car, which looked very snazzy indeed. Of course, Turner Motorsport will be campaigning the new BMW M4 GT3 at the Rolex 24 in just a couple of weeks. Cannot wait for that race. Now, this little onboard here, you can see here of the Door Lamborghini of Nuringhof. You can see there's a triple screen setup. So this is often the preferred layout. Oh, big moment there. The preferred layout for most pro sim racers, where they have a middle screen and then one on either side that's slightly angled, as you can see. Now, the idea there is to give an idea of the peripheral vision. In fact, you can see there on the left-hand screen, it's looking out the side window, basically, as your peripheral vision would kind of be in a real car. Now, some drivers do like the virtual reality headsets, Simil, but what I notice is most of the top pros go for the triple setup because it's just that little bit quicker.
A little bit quicker, and I think in comparison to the VR, it's not an assault on your senses, right? The VR can be a bit too much at times. You can eventually end up having a headache, and that is a big problem with it because it's a bit too immersive, if I may call it that way, and it's not real, right? So the screens will eventually pain your eyes, and so it'll pain your head, and your performance will drop down beyond the point. So I think that's why the triple screen, or even better, something like a wide single screen monitor. There's especially ones that come for sim racing that are extremely wide, but don't have the breakage that a three monitor setup would eventually have. So I think usually that would be the most preferred one because it offers you the peripheral vision, without being an attack on your senses, I suppose.
Yeah, I've got a wide curved screen on my sim, and it's very good. Now you can see there Moritz Lohner, I think having a chat with our German colleagues over in the other commentary booth. The perfect haircut he's got there as well, very stylish indeed. Spot the racing driver, eh? But it's been a good day for Door Esports. BS competition have gone by now, so the number 20 car, Door Esports Lamborghini of Nico Nuninghoff, not able to keep the 89 BS competition BMW of Julian Kesselhut at bay, but we've still got 67 minutes to go. Now, what on earth is David Williams doing down in 6th position? They were up the front. Now, what has happened to that Coanda SimSport 992 Cup machine? So down in 6th in class. Now, let's look at the pit stops. He's been into the pits. There's a few cars in front that are... Yes, there's quite a few cars in front that are due a pit stop. So we should see that shuffle out a little bit later. The Leipert Esports car in front is due to pit at the end of this lap. So we should see this flip round in just a moment. But so sorry for panicking any Coanda fans in the house.
Yeah, I really got worried right there about why they are in P number 6. Thing is, there's so much racing that eventually happens across the categories that sometimes you end up missing these big stories. But now they'll be fine. They're Coanda eventually. They will come up towards the top. And I think we saw something similar from them in the last round also, didn't we? Where they had dropped down a couple of positions and there were a couple of cars that cycled in front of them. But they weren't able to keep their composure. And that's why Coanda eventually ended up winning that race. Just that first round, Peter, could have been like that.
Yeah, that was just really, really unfortunate in that first round. A car crashing right in front of them and nothing they could do. But they're fighting back and fighting back well. The Coanda SimSport team, but won't want to get held up too long here behind Yannick Botkov for Leipert Esports. Of course, Leipert running their Lamborghini at the 24 Hours of Dubai. Now, race control, collision between cars 333 and 205 under investigation. That's not a surprise. That's the STS BMW, which was, well, taken back to the paddock on its roof, smashed to pieces, and the 205 is the Phoenix Porsche, which carried on. But yes, we'll see what the stewards have to say about that one, because it was, race over for STS, who were fastest of the BMWs in SP10. So down towards Brünchen. This is where a lot of the fans gather for the N24 and NLS races as well. And then up towards Ice Curve, which I'm reliably told is actually, no pun intended, is actually quite slippy. Maybe that's why they call it Ice Curve, I don't know.
No, but in all honesty, with these cars, every corner would be slippery, in the Cup 2, considering that you are the traction control in this car. And you, of course, are the anti-lock braking system as well. So eventually every corner might feel just that little bit more special with this car because it's such a driver's machine.
Yeah, it is a super car to drive around any circuit. So drive-through, there you go, drive-through penalty. That didn't take long. Drive-through penalty, that's number 205. Look at Alpert for Phoenix Racing Porsche in the Cup class. Currently sitting second in class. Okay, they have to pit, but they have to pit and then do a drive-through penalty after that. So that will drop that car right back down the order. That's a costly error, Samil. Very costly.
Yeah, and it's essentially Halloween come late for them in a way. It's just that kind of race for Phoenix Racing in the Cup category. And you can't afford it. It's a bit of a dumb thing to say that you can't afford it because, of course, it's so obvious. But the fact of the matter is so many of these other teams are so close. The margins are so small. So something like a big drive-through penalty just puts you all the way at the back and you can see how close things actually get in the Cup category. And nobody is eventually given that much of a margin. Coanda take that margin away, which just emphasizes the point. When things are so close, you can't afford a penalty like that one.
Well, the leaders in the Cup 2 category are now coming in to pit lane as David Williams for Coanda Simsport, having done the pit stop, heads through and circles back to nearer towards the front of the pack. However, the leader is still Martin Ascher for Ascher Racing. There he is, the number 200, our championship leader, don't forget. And now, a little bit different strategy to the Coanda team. Martin has done 3 laps. This is his 4th lap of the stint, and Coanda they're on to their 3rd lap of the stint.
Yeah.
So, I wonder what's at play there between Ascher and Coanda. Now, David Williams, of course, has been in the car for 2 hours. It won't be long, before the TSV Rhineland Lamborghini goes through. But yes, it will not be long before Zach Campbell gets on board the Coanda machine.
And that, if anything, will just make it more frantic, because Zach Campbell is someone whose driving style is, let's just say, not for the faint-hearted, to put it easily. So that's going to be an even more crazier thing. But yeah, Coanda, I think, naturally will be able to get past. It's just what Asher can do in that final stint, and how much further behind are they? Because this is an artificial lead, isn't it? Eventually, Asher has to fall back down. Coanda will come back up, but how much closer will they be after their stop? That's going to be the big question. Have they gained or lost something? I think they were around about some 6 odd seconds behind at the start of this whole kerfuffle, weren't they?
They were indeed, yes. And well, back at the front, talking of a gap reducing, the gap is coming down. Florian Denzler is simply not able to match the pace of Luca Kita in the Team Landgraf Mercedes AMG machine. 2.4 seconds is the gap now between the 2 leading Mercedes. Florian Denzler holds the lead for now.
Oh, watch out!
Oh, watch out indeed. That's David Williams getting a bit caught out there in the Coanda Porsche Cup car, actually getting held up by an SP9 car, which should in theory be a bit quicker, but that Phoenix Lamborghini clearly nursing some damage, and that's really held David Williams up. That was a close one.
That really got close, and with Coanda, with their colours at the Nürburgring, you just have to have flashbacks of the last round, where Josh Rogers eventually just, I wouldn't say made a big error, but made a slight error in judgment that cost Coanda that SP9 win and a whole heap of points. That could have been similar. I just get a bad feeling whenever a Coanda car now just is stuck behind another faster car or slower car, whatever it might be, at one of the tighter sections of the Nürburgring. It's scary.
Yeah, that was very close for that outfit. I'm sure that was a deep breath behind the wheel there for David Williams. But yes, the gap continues just even through that stage. 1.9 seconds now, the gap between the leading SP9 cars. In SP10, Niels Lauren still leads the way, and the gap down a bit to 7.3 seconds, and Maxim Ramstein is taken back over from Pascal Stix in the Corsom Racing Porsche in that white and orange machine. But RSO hoping to score 2 wins in a row, and that would be huge for their championship aspirations, and haul the gap down a little bit to Corsom Racing. Corsom Racing lead the championship by 10 points, but would close that down to 6 if they finished as they are right now. So Niels Lawrence fighting hard for Team RSO as we head into the final hour of this 3-hour Schütz Messtechnik race. And it is game on. It's game on in SP10. It's game on in SP9 as well. With the GT3 machines, the gap is now just 1.7 seconds. So Luca Kita is just tearing time out of Florian Denzler. I wonder, Sunil, this isn't like Florian Denzler. I wonder if he's maybe suffering from what we maybe call the Matty Trogan, with a bit of damage on the car, possibly from hitting curbs. Now, that's only a working theory. It's only speculation, but this is not what we're used to seeing from Florian Denzler.
Yeah, yeah. No, we normally expect a very, very solid stint from Florian, but I think we could flip the table around the other way as well. We could maybe say that Luca Kita is doing an extremely good job, that even Denzler's great driving just looks ordinary.
Yeah, Luca Kita last time was certainly on it, set the best lap of that car's race, 7:50.9 for Luca Kita. It was a 7:53.9 for Denzler last time by. So, yeah, definitely a change in fortunes so far. And again, we are going to have a thriller going down to the last moment here in the digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie. And David Williams now with a bit between his teeth. He's not let that little moment get to him, and trying to run down Martin Ascher for the lead in the Cup 2 category. As they go through Wipperman, trying to be careful on the curbs. David Williams not taking too much curb, because it can really unsettle the car. Oh, yeah, he's pushing. Oh, is he pushing? Coming through to S-Bach there. So in TCR, Team Huizinveld hold a 17-second advantage from Marshmallow Racing, who have had a great day at the office. And they're in second with Undici Scuderia in third, about 40 seconds further back. But here's the gap then. It's come down to less than a second between Florian Denzler and Luca Kita. Now, did I hear there, Samil, or did my ears deceive me? Is Florian Denzler fuel saving? I suspect he may be. That might be the explanation on the difference in pace. Well, we shall see. We're both cars now. Team Landgraf on their fourth lap of the stint. Team HRT in the lead. Florian Denzler on the fifth lap of the stint. So potentially just one more lap for Team HRT. They might even come in at the end of this stop. No, maybe. Well, there could be. Could be that they come to hand in to Dani Giosa for the run to the flag. We shall see. But what a battle here between these two AMG Mercedes and two titans of the Nürburgring, Team HRT and Team Landgraf. They are stalwarts of this racetrack. At the moment, it's the HRT car in the lead, driven by Florian Denzler, but Luca Kita is really on the charge.
And it's amazing how quickly the time has been caught up. It's amazing how both the Mercedes could now be having their big square fight with an hour to go. Amazing in the sense that we get to see the big moment.
It really is. Really fantastic here as they come through. Moot curve absolutely flat out. Now, message from race control. Contact between car 40, which is the car 40 is the ERC Lamborghini, and the number 310 Deutsche Payment Porsche. Of course, we saw a bit of a tangle with them earlier on as the two Mercedes rattle through the Caracciola carousel. Of course, Rudy Caracciola won the opening race here at the Nürburgring in a compressor Mercedes. So that's quite... Of course, this isn't a compressor Mercedes. These aren't compressor Mercedes. These are atmospheric Mercedes we're looking at.
But again, carrying on the legacy, carrying on the traditions, if you might call it that way here at the Nürburgring. For the Landgraf team, though, this could just be the crowning moment. So far this year, we've seen Landgraf constantly be in the upper midfield. This is the time for the ascendancy, but watch out. Lap traffic could have absolutely ruined it. It's inevitable, Luca. It's inevitable. Just take your time at the exit of Galgenkopf. That's where Landgraf need to be. They don't need to rush this move, Peter.
No, I don't think you're right. I don't think they do. And Florian Denzler putting the car exactly where he needs to defend that track position. But where are we on strategy? What is the plan? We are into the pit window now, where we could see, and indeed a drive-through penalty for the ERC Lamborghini. That's not a surprise for that incident earlier on. But yeah, it's doing the quick maths. Oh, this is tight. We're getting... Well, actually, now I wonder. The Bilstein HRT Mercedes may well have to go one more lap into the race too. Yes, I think they do, actually. I don't think they will be able to pit and get to the end. So that, I bet you that is why Florian Denzler is trying to be light on the throttle pedal.
And at the same time, Luca Kita is also pushing on. He knows that it'll be better to get that advantage before HRT pits. It just psychologically adds a little bit extra, like you're the one chasing right now. And remember, HRT were able to chase very well at the end of their first race, and we're getting back to the same driver, Danny Chiosa. So that's going to be fun. But here we go. This is when the lead changes back.
So here comes Luca Kita taking the lead here with 52 minutes to go in the Schütz Messtechnik 3-hour race, and shuts the door hard in the face of Florian Denzler. Now, if Florian Denzler is worried on fuel consumption or fuel left in the tank for the run to the flag, may well be quite happy to sit here behind Luca Kita, but he's got to stay with him. Whereas Kita, we think, can put the hammer down. Over the line they go. Let's see what the lap times are going to be. 7:52 for Luca Kita, a 7:55 for Denzler. You have to think that Denzler is fuel saving here, Samil.
Yeah, he has to be. He has to be. He's got one more lap left. Ideally, you go 6 laps. And remember, we saw a little bit of discrepancy between both the teams in that middle stint. So that is why you're seeing this happen. We saw HRT underfueled during one stop, which is why they went 5 laps for one. They're going to go 6 for this one. But this just means, Peter, that they have to be on this relentless pursuit of fuel saving in the second stint as well. So if anything, I think this could be going the Landgraf team's way, because HRT aren't quite done with their fuel saving right now.
Well, we're going to see how this is going to shuffle out. And don't write off BS competition. Julian Kesselhut is slowly but surely chipped away at this. 7:52 last time by for that 89 BMW. But Jack Sedgwick, Samil, wow, 7:49.449. That's the fastest lap of the race by anybody. Jack Sedgwick for Team Windward Mercedes. Remember, they served the 10-second success penalty. They're only 23 seconds off the overall lead. What a run this has been from Team Windward. Could we see a podium for Sedgwick and Suninen?
I think we very well could be. And Suninen has to be given a lot of credit for that one as
Big
well.
time.
Because in the first stint, he was just rock solid, which is what you need from your real-world driver. But it's been ascending. It's been coming for Windward Mercedes. Their pace has been growing every single round. And this, if it happens, by the way, will be such a tremendous sight. I think that'll be a new podium sitter every single race or something like that.
Well, it's going to be quite the stunning battle going down to the wire here as well. Do Landgraf, have they got enough in the tank? Are HRT safe on fuel? They look like they're struggling a little bit, as Martin Ascher having to make his way through traffic here on the TCR, and what act? David Williams has to take a bit of a risk there over the curb in hot pursuit of Martin Ascher, and this is first-class stuff as we ride on board with the Lego Technic on board with Rover motor oil as well. And Williams is pushing here, Shamil, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, exactly. And they will eventually get to Asher, but I'm surprised that Coanda haven't quite been able to close up in the same intensity as, say, someone like Landgraf, because Coanda clearly the faster team in that category, and clearly the team with the more dominant pace. But Asher, they're holding on and they're keeping things with them. But it's just, again, as I mentioned previously, a matter of how much closer will Asher be when everything cycles out eventually after that final stop, and that is going to be critical. But David Williams does not want to leave anything to chance. He just doesn't want to waste any time. He just wants to get past and get it over and done with.
Well, this has all been going on. Door Esports have dropped down the order. They've taken an extra pit stop compared to their rivals. And they're now down in 10th position, so after such a strong fight from the Lamborghini outfit, they've dropped off the scent of the podium battle. What a pity for Thor Esports. But David Williams, it won't be long before either of these cars come into pit lane. Asher Racing, Martin Asher, the car just up ahead, is about to complete this 5th lap of his stint, whereas David Williams is about to complete the 4th lap of his stint. And of course, David Williams has been in the car since the beginning of the race, so it's 2 hours and 13 minutes or so behind the wheel, which is quite a long time. And will he be about to hand over to a fresh Zach Campbell? I'm sure Zach waiting very impatiently at home in Atlanta, Georgia, waiting to get going again. About 9 a.m. local time there. And tell you what, Asher's got that car trimmed out because David Williams not really able to pull much in the slipstream, going down the Dottinger Hoe absolutely to the top of top gear, hard on the brakes. And Williams just a little bit better on the brakes there as well as they come through Tiergarten. Now, are we going to see Asher drive to pit lane? Yes, we are. There he goes. Martin Asher goes to pit lane. David Williams carries on for one more lap. Interesting.
And this means that Coanda will eventually come back out on the top. Let's wait and see how much closer will Asher be in 2 laps' time. Clearly, I mean, at least it's going to be 20 odd seconds, right? Because that's the length of a pit stop. But yeah, that's going to be interesting. How much faster will Coanda go in this stint? And remember, Coanda had a really good gap in the bag before this whole discrepancy happened. So David Williams, if he really wants to, can also go for a more normal lap. Doesn't quite need to push extremely hard. But knowing Coanda, knowing David Williams, they're going to go for it. They're going to go for an absolute stonker in this one. And they'll just ease things out later on for themselves.
Well, it's a fascinating one because Asher Racing hold a 10-point advantage over Coanda in the Cup 2 category. Now, that would go down to 6 if it were to finish as it was. But, you know, Asher are the team with the points on the board at the moment. So, you know, they've been consistent so far. But what a drive this has been. What a stint from Luca Kita. He had the Door Esports Lamborghini all over him like a wash for what felt like forever, and has just fought on and pulled a gap now from Florian Densler. The gap is nearly 3 seconds. Now, Florian Densler is about to come to the end of this stint, a full stint at that, 6 laps. And he will be lightly handing over to Danny Giosa with a splash of fuel and then the run to the flag. And we know how fast Danny is. We know how good he is.
Yeah.
Or indeed, it might be that if Danny's not driving today, it might be Norbury Kiss who gets in. We don't know. Danny is on the entry list, but commentating long enough now to know that entry list could be taken with a pinch of salt.
Yeah, and if it's Danny, I think the one thing you're getting for sure is a great degree of composure towards the end, which is what he's always shown, regardless of whatever category you put him in. I mean, I remember with his former team as well, he was just very, very calm in the GT4 category. So, you know that if it boils down to a close fight at the end, you can put your bets on HRT to some degree.
Okay, well, we're going to find out in just a moment what the pit strategy is going to be, how it is going to play out. Do Landgraf come in now? We think they may be able to carry on for one more lap. This is the end of their 5th lap of the stint. On a full tank, 6 laps is possible. As we look at René Osterkamp, trying to hold off Daniel Muth in the Deutsche Payment car. René driving for the Team 75 Bernhard team by SimRC. And if you're wondering where does the 75 come from, that was the year that Timo's father started in motorsport. That's where the 75 is from. And Timo was taken to the Nürburgring as a young boy and had a Nürburgring poster on his wall with all the corner names and knew them all as a young boy. So kind of destined to come here to this circuit. So, Team Windward, Mercedes Team Windward in the pit lane. Team HRT in the pit lane, as are Heusingveld. Now, Danny Giosa has got on board taken over the HRT Mercedes from Florian Denzler, so he will take the charge to the flag. Luca Kita carries on. So Luca Kita going to the end of the stint, a 750.1 last time by. So the pace at the front is hot. Now, this is... look at Dominic Engel.
Go on, make a bad day worse.
Oh, did well to keep it out the fence there, did Dominic Engel. Now, it's showing Dominic Engel on our graphic. Yes, no, I think that was actually Ronald Grossman who was driving at that point. Dominic Engel is now on board the machine. So, yes, well, there we go. So not the best of days for Corsom Racing all round. They sit in 8th at the moment in SP9, quite far down the order in the Cup category, outside of the top 10. And of course, not a good day whatsoever in TCR after being taken out by another car. However, in TCR, Team Corsom Racing, they have got themselves up to 6th in Class Mill, which will gather them some points. So it's a valiant fight back after a really challenging day.
It is, and Corsom Racing unfortunately have faced that very situation in each and every class, in each and every race for that matter. They've had a tough race with at least one car, and with them, they're all spread out across each category, right? So it makes it a little bit easier to do that. But it's just been frustrating knowing that Corsom Racing, knowing that they are a team with a driver lineup that's capable of winning every category. It's just frustrating for the viewers, and of course for them more so, that everything is seemingly going perfect apart from one or two things that completely derails the entire race. So yeah, a bit frustrating, but at least it's something, as you rightly mentioned, Peter. At least it's not nothing in that SP3T category where they're battling with Persing well, and who knows, maybe Marshmallow Racing as well could go down to the very end.
So 41 minutes to go here in this Schütz Messtechnik 3-hour race, round 3 of the digital Nürburgring Langstrecken series. Kwanda Simsport lead by 16 seconds at the moment, but you've got to look out for Asher Racing, who are sitting about 60 seconds down the road, with Kwanda Simsport still to pit. So very intense here in these closing stages after 2 hours and 20 minutes of heavy tough racing, and it all comes down to this. Now, interestingly, Jack Sedgwick is hopped out of the Team Windward Mercedes and it's handed back over to Timo Sunonen, the real world driver, the World Rally Championship driver. So Timo obviously keen to get back going and put some more laps in and fight to the finish. And well, I do remember one particular stage end interview with Timo Sunonen. So those who aren't familiar, World Rally Championship, you have a reporter at the end of every stage, about 200 metres after the finish line, where the door is open, the driver has just done 20 kilometres or so flat out, and a microphone is put under their nose. And they said, "Oh, Timo, that was great, fastest stage time, well done." He goes, "Yeah, I was sending it." So maybe he'll be channeling that same feeling. Although the Nürburgring, I always think it's about as close as you'll get to a rally stage.
Exactly, yeah. Exactly that. I was just thinking that same thought, I think a couple of days ago, that, well, if there's one circuit that is just as hilly, just as descending, it essentially feels like a more smoother version of a Rally Monte Carlo stage, but only in a loop, if that makes any sense.
It does, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it really does. Or it's almost like a San Remo or a Corsica. It's very cool. And of course, Timo Sunonen has a lot of karting experience in his younger days as well. So it was one of the best Finns on tarmac.
That is saying something.
Yeah, well, normally in the past it used to be that all the Finnish drivers really specialised on gravel or loose surfaces and on snow and ice, but tarmac you would see more of the French drivers particularly doing very well, or Spanish doing very well on tarmac. But that's changed now. If you want to be a top level World Rally driver, you have to be good everywhere. You can't really be a specialist anymore. So yeah, it's Timo very good on all types of surface. So Oskari Rinne on the wheel of someone we haven't talked much about today, which we're not used to, hunting down the Heusinkveld Mercedes. And yeah, been a tricky day at the office for the core crew.
As usual, unfortunately. But yeah, Oskari, another flying Finn. He is someone who's known to be very strong in terms of playing out the conservation game. And I saw that happen in another top-level iRacing Endurance Championship last year with his former team. My word, these guys just know how to control and consume fuel and tires properly. And they also know how to be very calm, because Oskar Griner had a choice over there. He could have gone down the inside of the Mercedes, but just that calmness, Peter, eventually just helped both the teams survive. I don't think both would have stayed on the track had Oskari just been slightly late in his reactions.
Well, Oskari Rinner right on the back of the Heusinkveld Mercedes, driven by driven the 101 car at the moment. Oh, as Rinner takes a look up the inside, that's Jansen Kauski driving the Heusinkveld Mercedes, and Rinner can't quite find a way by. It's very difficult to make a move at this part of the circuit. You just almost a little bit follow the leader, and you have to take your opportunity on the Dottinger hole usually. Well, let's jump on board then with Oskari Rinner heading down towards Esbach, and then to Brunken, just hanging it in third gear there as well. You can see all the fans on the left hand side there using all the room on the road, heading into Brunchen. The SP10 car gets out the way on the right hand side, up towards Ice Curve. Rinner trying to put as much pressure as possible on Tinkowski as they head down towards Flansgarten. Really, really quick here, and you get a proper jump here. Ready? Whoop! There we go. And then down towards the Stefan Beloff S. So precise, so accurate through there. Up into fifth, and then soon into sixth gear in the draft, I would imagine. Going down here. Car getting a little bit slippy and slidey there. Into top gear, back to fifth for Schwalben-Schwantz. In fact, just fourth gear. And up towards the Kleine Carousel. A proper white knuckle ride. One of the SP3T TCR cars moves out of the way. And this is the opportunity here at Galgenkopf. Can Oskari Rinner get the run up the hill, up the Dottinger hole? You can see there there's a slight aero push trying to get the car turned in, but here we go now. Into sixth gear, using all of the horsepower of that 4-litre flat 6 engine in the back of this Porsche. Trying to just inch closer, using that slipstream. Here we go, getting a real proper tone out and out into the clear air. Does he have enough grunt to get by? Heading up towards Antonius Bucke, absolutely flat out, and just gets it done, just in the nick of time.
Finally, and that is a bit of salvation for Corsim Racing, whose tough day continues. But what about Landgraf? How much of a gap do they have? Well, isn't that HRT just coming out from their stop? That is, yeah. BS Competition have just come out, and so have Landgraf. And interestingly enough, Peter, 8 seconds the gap after the pit stop. Wow.
Well, that is about 2 seconds less in the pit box for Team Landgraf, but of course not needing to fuel up as much. So this is going to be a proper stonker of a battle between Elias Seppänen in the Team Landgraf car and Danny Giosa in the Team HRT machine. Both Mercedes AMG cars, 2 different outfits. Yes, competition not too far back either. They're about 15 seconds off the lead, 7 seconds off second place, with Team Windward Mercedes Timo Sunninen 30 seconds off the lead in fourth, but with a 10-second advantage back to the Team Heusinkveld Mercedes of Sinkowski. I tell you what though, Samil, Volkenhorst Motorsport, they've done a super job to get back up to 6th position after a tough day. basically, well, peppered with incidents and penalties. To get back to 6 is quite a fight back.
Yeah, exactly. Honestly, it's been the recovery performance of the season so far without any exaggeration, because firstly, there haven't been many recovery performances, to be brutally honest with you. But the second thing is, they haven't quite shown that they're not willing to fight. That's the important part. Some teams will just let it go and let it die down below. Walkenhorst are fighting it all the way to the end, and that's the proper Nürburgring endurance spirit, right? You just have to wait till the end of the race. Things could go your way. In fact, this could even be a top 5 if, knocking on wood, if something happens to someone in the top 5. Who knows? You just have to keep persevering, and honestly, it's an underrated quality that Walkenhorst has shown really well today.
Well, 32 minutes to go here in the Schütz 3-hour Messtechnik race in the digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie. Leader in SP9 and overall at the moment, Elias Seppinen leads by 9.2 seconds from Danny Giosa. The championship leaders, Mercedes Team HRT, with BS competition not far back. Niels Koch in third in the number 89 BMW. In the Porsche Cup category, the moment it's Sim Racing Academy Red and Peter Pont Performance lead on the road, but net, this is your battle on screen right now for the lead between Asher Racing and Coanda Simsport. David Williams doing the whole race by himself. Do not go anywhere, we'll have the conclusion in just a moment. Welcome back to the Schütz Messtechnik 3-hour race of the digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear. This is your battle for honours in the Porsche Cup category, the Cup 2 class, side by side between Martin Ascher and David Williams, two titans of this category, and David Williams just gets the move done, coming towards the end of the Grand Prix circuit now, on towards the Sabine Schmitz curve. and onto the Nordschleife. And, oh, Williams just hangs on and no more as they head down the Hatson back. 28 minutes to go. Now, the final stops are done for these cars on schedule, Shamil, but David Williams is in the car, so he's obviously running solo here. Now, forgive me if I'm wrong, I don't know if that's allowed in the regulations.
No, I think you have to make a stop. And
A driver change.
A driver change, yeah, exactly. You have to make a driver change, but I'll quickly confirm how long you can go as an individual driver. Because this is just reaching unprecedented limits for David Williams. And I wonder why, because officially they have registered 2 drivers, haven't they? But it's not like they're using them. It's Zach Campbell that's supposed to be the other one. So, yeah, this is odd.
Very odd indeed. Oh, it's Martin Asher. He doesn't mind. He's saying, I don't mind who's in this car. I'm going to race them hard as they head down towards Schwedenkreuz. Absolutely flat out. Hard on the brakes. Into Arenberg, and Williams just about hangs on. But this is proper Titanic battle.
And we expected this to be eventually, because Coanda and Asher Racing, 2 of the top teams in this category. In terms of raw pace, nobody's close to Coanda, but Asher are just able to get things done all the time. Regardless of whatever might be happening in the race, Asher will always be somewhere in the top 2, top 3, which is why they're actually leading the championship by 10 points right now.
Yeah, they've just been there when it matters. That's been the difference with their championship campaign as they head down towards Metzgesfeld. Now, watch for that big curb on the inside. It can send you sideways as they head down towards Kellenhard.
Oh, okay. Okay. So, I think Coanda, Peter, are going for a bit of a joker. So, this is one rule that I remember reading a long time ago, but I thought it's going to be useless, right? So I eventually didn't even remember about it. Each team has a joker available throughout the season. It is possible to fall short of a minimum driving time, or that a team can contest a race with only 1 driver without penalty, and thus receives full championship points. The minimum service life must be observed here. There is no joker for the minimum driving time of the real driver. So this means that for 1 race of the season, you can go solo. And I think Coanda have chosen this one to be it.
Well, that is fascinating. Brilliant stuff, Shamil.
I thought it was a useless rule, so I literally just read it the first time. I was saying, that's not going to happen. But here we are. And David, his pace is still consistent. 3-hour stints are mighty huge.
Especially on this racetrack as well. It is tiring as here comes Asher. He's got a great run, and was bump drafting away with David Williams now coming up towards Mutkar, trying to make a move, but there's a big Porsche in the way. This is getting so close, putting the ultimate trust in one another here as Williams trying to position his car correctly, but also negotiating Mutkar here. Oh, so tight now as they head up towards Klostertal. 24 minutes to go, so David Williams pulling that joker and going solo. Of course, the Coanda team involved with the virtual 24 Hours of Le Mans next weekend, so perhaps heavy in preparation for that maybe, but wow, what an effort from David Williams, but Martin Asher as well. This is stunning motorsport.
Exactly, and Asher Racing definitely facing a wall right now, because they are not at the same level in terms of pace. They, in terms of strategy, are also not, in as advantageous of a situation as Coanda are right now. So for them, it's just all about making the best of what you've got, and Asher Racing are doing exactly that. As it stands, Peter, they won't be losing too many points, but still, they're reminding everyone that, yeah, they can compete with Coanda. They can be head-to-head, and them being at the top is not just an accident.
Definitely not. No, they are the championship leaders on merit as well. And Martin Asher, if Asher Racing can get one over on Coanda here, that'll be a huge moment for the championship, as the leading TCR machine has already been involved in one clash and doesn't want to make it another. and stays out of the way. Of course, Team Huizenveld and TCR leading the race, and indeed, if I double check, I'm pretty sure they lead they're second in the championship, but only by 3 points. And of course, Course and Racing have not had a good day, so Team Huizenveld will likely catapult into the lead of the TCR championship.
Yep.
And what a championship this would be to win, Simil, given they won the Nürburgring 24-hour VCO race last year. It just adds to their credentials if they can do that.
And it just goes to show that these two teams have just raised the bar, right? Core and Huizenveld, whenever it comes to SP3T racing. We've seen them compete against each other across championships, and to see them once again over here 1 and 2, it goes to show how good these two are. And for whichever team actually ends up winning this battle, it's just that one-upsmanship that, yeah, we've got the edge on you, we've got the better on you. And the bragging rights fight will never end between these two. They're just that good.
Well, this is a little stroke of good fortune here for David Williams, because he's getting a bit of a tow from one of the SP10 Porsche Caymans, and that is negating the overspeed of Martin Ascher. So David Williams trying to use that draft to the very last moment, then pop out and pull right away. Oh, from Martin Ascher. Oh, trying to break that toe. So that timing was just perfect for David Williams. But here comes Martin Ascher. Is he going to try and make a move? There's no room there. David Williams, so clever, placing his car in just the right position to block the path of Ascher. But now down towards turn 1, it's a long run down here into a very, very deep braking zone as well. And David Williams knows it. He immediately says, I'm having the inside line, thank you. I'm not wanting to give that opportunity. And Ascher says, okay, I'll go round the long way then, if you must. Williams hard on the brakes. Can he get it tucked down in time? Yes, he can. This is just super driving. These are two of the very best drivers in the world in this type of car on this simulator. David Williams still hangs on to the lead. Will it be 3 laps to go? I think it'll be just about 3 laps to go, I think, in this race, depending where our leader goes through. Now, our leader, Elias Seppänen for Team Landgraf Mercedes, his first run with that team, of course, formerly of BS Competition in the BMW, so a change of car as well as team, leads Danny Giosa by 9.1 seconds. So with 3 laps to go, Simil, that's a big gap for Giosa to close down. That might be too much.
Yeah, and that is my biggest worry, because right now I want to see a fight that goes down to the very end. Only 3.2 laps remaining, 9 seconds. To be honest with you, we've seen that happen. But that's only because HRT were relentlessly saving fuel, because of course they underfueled by 1 lap in that middle part of the race. So it seems extremely unlikely that HRT will be able to close up that much of a gap in 20 minutes. I want to see it happen though. I really do want to see this gap come back down, but it might be a bit out of reach. And the same, unfortunately, can be said about Niels Koch in the BS Competition car, trying to close up to HRT in second. That gap is 15 seconds and 9/10 basically, which means 16 seconds essentially. So, unfortunately, Peter, we are essentially robbed of any close battle in the top 5. Oh.
We've got a good one here in the cup category though, which is we can't be. We can only watch one at a time.
There's that.
Let's put it that way. Now, huge shout out to Beetske Visser in her first race of the season in the digital Nürburgring Langstrecken series for Mala Porsche, 7:52.9 last time by. Now, our championship leader, 7:52.2 and 7:52.9 the lap before that. So Beetske Visser right now in 13th. Mala have had a really difficult day, but pace-wise, Simil, Beetske Visser is running at podium pace at the moment.
Indeed she is, and it's no doubt she's competed at such a high level across disciplines, across cars. I mean, W Series is the first thing that comes to mind, but as you mentioned at the top of the broadcast as well, Peter, racing in the ELMS with LMP2s as well with the Russian Meal Racing team. So there's definitely that plethora of experience that you bring in. And so far, Peter, we've seen that all the drivers that have come in with multi-discipline and multi-class experience have excelled over here. It's like their core principles of racing are super, super strong, and they can just transfer it around to any category very easily.
Well, that's the wonderful thing about motor racing, is it's all about the stopwatch. And if you can put the times down on the stopwatch, you're good enough. And Kvyat, like we say, running podium place, running much quicker than the Windward Mercedes Timo Sunninen, the Heusingveld Sinkowski Mercedes, around the same pace as Dominic Stabb in the Walkenhorst Motorsport 752. So mighty, mighty impressive from the Dutch lady. And as I say that, there's a little glitch in our timing screen. I was thinking if I put in an 8:49, that's not correct. But the previous lap time was. So brilliant pace from Kvyat for Mala Porsche. 17 minutes to go, and David Williams now starting to ask big questions of Martin Ascher here. David Williams in the purple and orange Command Sim Sport machine, with Ascher giving hot pursuit. Now, one car that's been in the wars, the German sim racing car that had a crash on the Dottinger Hole. Yes, on the Dottinger Hole, the perfectly straight Dottinger Hole. Mike Weiskopfzeiker, this car has been in the wars and is trying to hold off the charging Danilo Hopfman in the Leipert Esports Porsche.
Now, that was such a bizarre incident, right, for the German sim racing.de by Hetzner team. Essentially, what happened was they were boxed into the situation at the left-hand side of the Dottinger Hole, and they wanted to get past both cars. Long story short, they made contact, and they were the only team that got hit in that incident. It's a bit of a weird one if you try to explain it to your friends, isn't it? Like, mate, I crashed at the Dottinger Hole. And you just have to come up with a justification all the time. But no, weird race for them, weird season for them, because initially I thought that they would be one of the top teams in the Cup 2 category, but it's not them. It's teams like IES Schweiss and Team 75 and Asher Racing that have really surprised me positively so far this year. And let's hope that we get to see something a little bit more in the last couple of races, because you always think that there's more coming with Germans in racing, isn't there? They just bring that likeable, frantic spirit all the time.
Yeah, they do. That's for sure. Well, Team HRT are championship leaders. They are on 16 points at the moment. If they finish where they are now, they would go on to 27 points. Yeah. So they would maintain their championship lead. BS Competition, they're in third at the moment. They would score. They're on 15 at the moment. They would score. Now let me get this correct. 6 points. They would go up to 21. So the gap would be 6 points at the front of the field. However, if HRT were able to overcome Team Landgraf, which is getting, as the minutes go by, more and more of a tall order, they would open up their gap even further to 8 points. So it really does ratchet up. If you can get that win, those wins are mighty, mighty important. But with just 2 rounds to go after this one, this has been a very good day at the office for Team HRT. Even still, if they're not able to get the win, Team Landgraf are way down the order. They've only got 1 point so far after 2 disastrous rounds. So they will get back up the order. But for HRT, this is job done.
Exactly. That's why I think they could afford to take second place, because they've built up that gap to Team Landgraf. And as for their competitors, as you rightly mentioned, Peter, they're not as close. BS Competition, yeah, they're there, but BS Competition eventually are in third, 14 odd seconds behind. Either way, HRT do gain points on them, which is essentially all that they could ask for. And if there's some sort of benefit that they take away, it's only that their success penalty will be 10 seconds lesser. Because, of course, had they won, they would have got 30 seconds. Now they get 20 seconds in the next race. So, yeah, I think P2 is just warm and fuzzy. It's not the best, but I think they'll take it. It's really cozy for them right now.
Yeah, certainly is. But what a performance this has been for Mercedes Team Landgraf. Elias Seppinen in the number 70, his first run with this outfit. The 18-year-old from Helsinki, driver in junior single-seater racing in Formula 4 and Formula Regional, and has done a super job in this car. And stepping away from the BS competition team into this Team Landgraf outfit. Very different car. Okay, it's front engine like the BMW that he'd be used to, but a big capacity V8, naturally aspirated, compared to the smaller capacity turbocharged straight 6 of the BMW. But Elias Seppänen has shown that he can adapt to it, no problem at all. Now, we've been talking about Asher Racing and Coanda SimSport in this battle for the Cup category. All the while, Sim Racing Academy have pulled a blinder, really. At the moment, they are sitting, they're 1.1 laps into their stint, so they are completely clear on fuel, it would appear, with just a couple of laps left to go. And they hold an 11-second advantage over Martin Archer and David Williams. So the Sim Racing Academy Red have played a strategical ace card. However, the last time they were in the pit lane, they were only in the box for 19 seconds, whereas Asher and Williams were in for 34 and 35. So what is the strategical card that Nicholas Last and the Sim Racing Academy team have played?
I think it is the fuel card, Peter, because every single lap they're losing a ton of time. Last lap for Sim Racing Academy, 8 minute 42. Last lap for Asher and Coanda, 8 minute 4.
That's some pit stops, though.
Come on, silly me. Come on. But
that would be big fuel saving.
Yeah, I was just thinking, 40 seconds of fuel saving. See, sometimes it's best not to believe everything that comes out from the commentator's mouth. But no, eventually I think it has to be fuel, right? Because that's the only way you have a 19-second stop if you don't change tires. So I think they have under fuel, which would mean a degree of fuel saving coming up in the next couple of laps. So let's wait and watch to see how that happens. But yeah, I'm pretty certain that it is fuel, not for the last lap though. Yeah, that's my bad.
No, not a problem. No, I think that's interesting that Sim Racing Academy, they've done a stealth job. I think they've maybe been playing the fuel game the whole race and running to a lap time. Their outright best time is very competitive, an 8:03.4. Asher Racing best time 8:03.1. Coanda 8:02.0. So they're in the wheelhouse. They're in the groove for outright pace, but they've just played a different game. They've run to a lap time and used less fuel than their rivals, and it's working because Sim Racing Academy, they have a gap of 11 seconds. You can give away you can do a heck of a lot of fuel saving with an 11-second gap, lifting and coasting all over the place. So whereas Martin Asher and David Williams, they've both got to do a hell of a lot of hard work here to catch up.
And wow, it's a bit of a blinder because nobody noticed. I mean, least of us, we didn't notice them at all throughout this whole race. And that, I think that's something on us right here. But the fun part is, Peter, it's 5 seconds to Asher, and then there's Coanda immediately behind. The problem is Asher and Coanda are constantly fighting against each other. And this means that they're just slowing each other down. 10 minutes to go. If they work together, there's a marginal chance that they can potentially get there, but it's not like Sim Racing Academy are drastically slower than both Coanda and Asher in terms of their best peak pace. So I don't know what's happening right here. I think they've just pulled a sneaky, and the fact that Coanda and Asher are fighting against each other has just gone out and backfired big time now.
Well, that's it really has. It's caught. Certainly, I won't mind admitting it caught me by surprise. That's for sure. Sim Racing Academy playing a strategical blinder here in the Cup 2 category, and will it be enough to overhaul the might of Asher Racing and Coanda SimSport? What a story! Well, at the front, the gap. Well, Elias Seppänen is managing the gap beautifully. Danny Giosa last time around, the 7:51.9, but only half a second quicker than Elias Seppänen. So Seppänen managing the gap beautifully. Still sits around 9.5 seconds back to Giosa in second. Niels Koch is in third, about 7 seconds back from Giosa in second. Timo Sunninen up into fourth place with a 5 second gap back to Jatsinkowski in the Heusenfeld Mercedes. But 4 Mercedes in the top 5, Simil. Been a very, very good day for Afterbike fans.
Yeah, and I think we can only put it that way. It's 4 Mercedes in the top 5, not because of Mercedes per se. It's just Mercedes teams who have done well. In terms of pace, they're also well matched up. Again, their esports could have and realistically should have been there, but things have just dropped off in that final stint, where eventually we saw them falling off against a couple of the guys in the midfield, and then their pace eventually just dropped off a cliff, and that's why they're currently P number 10 right now. And what's happened?
Drive-through penalty for our leader in Cup 2.
Oh boy!
Sim Racing Academy Red, our race leader in the Cup 2 category, has been given a drive-through penalty. Why? Why?
I'll find out.
Okay. Wow. Well, I'm sure that message will get through to the cockpit of Martin Asher of Asher Racing Machine, and indeed David Williams, Coanda Sim Sport Machine, that Nicholas Last in the Sim Racing Academy car has been given a drive-through penalty at this very late moment. What have you got, Simil?
I'm translating it because it's of course all in German. Minimum stop time. Minimum standstill time of 32 seconds on lap number 8, which is their pit stop lap. Which means... Hang on, success penalty or something perhaps? They didn't quite fulfill that?
Don't know. So they've not served a certain amount of time in...
the standby time in the pit lane. Yeah, you've got to be in the pit box for a certain period of time, and they
over
were
the
just,
whole race. Yes.
Yeah, 8/10 of a second short off it.
Oh no.
8/10 of a second.
Well, that is one of the things of racing at the Nürburgring in the NLS, and indeed at the Nürburgring 24-hour. There is a minimum amount of time to be served over the course of the race, and often the minimum pit time is sort of ratcheted down as the race gets closer to the finish. But 0.8 of a second, that is absolutely devastating, because Sim Racing Academy were really in line to win this race. But now it's going to come down to Martin Asher and David Williams. David Williams, who's done the whole race by himself and is bound to be getting pretty tired by now, and he's all over the back of Martin Asher as they come on to now. Is this the final lap?
I think there's
two to go for these cars. Yes, as our race leader Elias Sepinen is just coming towards the end of his lap, which will then start the final lap of the race. So we're not going to go too far into overtime, which a number of drivers I'm sure will be very happy about if they're nervous on fuel. But Asher still holding the advantage. Now the drive-through penalty has not been served yet by Sim Racing Academy. I do wonder if the team might be contesting this one, but a stopwatch is a stopwatch. That's the only thing.
Yeah, can't help it, and that's how Asher Racing have been caught out. Only two more. This is seriously frustrating for Asher Racing right now.
Sim Racing Academy.
Yeah, Sim Racing Academy right now. But could be frustrating for Asher Racing as well to just have David Williams just pestering them all the time. They've pulled out such a good race all the way through, but they've not been able to leave Coanda behind. And speaking of which, Peter, did you notice? Peter Bong Performance are here as well.
Yeah.
They could be winning this race.
Yeah, Peter Bong Performance has just snuck up behind there while Asher Racing and Coanda Simsport have been bickering away. That's allowed the Peter Bong Performance machine to come back into the fray. The number 266 Peter Bonk Performance car, driven by Marcus Deck, who I think is also doing a solo race as well. So this is going to, in effect, will be your battle for the win here in the Cup 2 category. as the Sim Racing Academy team have to serve a drive-through penalty. Now, trying to look at where their penalty will take them to, I think it will drop them just off the podium. I think it'll likely drop them to 4th position, so they will still get a result, but not the one they wanted.
Yeah, considering how things have gone, they definitely would have wanted a lot more. But it's a golden opportunity if you're someone like Peter Bong Performance. They can realistically take their first win of the entire season. And so far, you might be wondering, well, how has their performance gone? They're in 4th, 14 points. They've had 2 pretty decent rounds, but never something that's just shined up brightly. This could be the one. And there's a drive-through penalty for low grip SP3T. Yeah, they had a bit of an incident early on. Exactly what it is must be confirmed in a second. But, yep, they hit the Racing Field Simulator's RSO car. And that's why, Peter, low grip racing, a bit of a penalty coming up their way.
Well, we've just seen a... Now, was it the RSO 397 or was it the 398? Because the 397 is just taking a pit stop. And has dropped into 2nd position. A relatively lengthy extra pit stop too.
Yeah, a bit of a splash and dash towards the end, you can call it that way.
Last more than that.
Lead, right?
59 seconds is more than a splash and dash. Yes, I think that's something's happened to the Team RSO 397 car in SP10. Also. Yeah, also indeed. So that has allowed Corsim Racing to nudge ahead, and Team RSO in that SP10 category, they were looking very strong. They were looking like they were going to take victory actually at some point. They had a really strong advantage, but Corsim Racing have fought back once again, and that is big for the championship because Corsim Racing have a 10-point lead at the moment, and that will go up to 14 points. So that's nearly a whole race victory advantage for Corsim Racing if they can get it to the line like that.
Yeah, and for Corsim Racing right now, that essentially could mean championship wrapped up unless 2 really disastrous races happen. And fingers crossed that doesn't happen. We don't want to see things decided that way. But this is ridiculously great for them. And I thought initially that in terms of a pure two-way battle, the SP10 one would be the closest one because historically we've seen Core and RSO be very close in terms of duels, but no. This one, though, is taking another level. Peter Bong Performance down the inside of Coanda. Here! How dare you, Peter Bong Performance? That is amazing! Wow!
Well, and Coanda, David Williams has survived and actually got a real run coming up to Klostertal on Martin Ascher. Wowee! So David Williams is keeping his foot in it there, it seemed, and able to hang on as the race ticks over towards the end. And what a corker this has been here in the 3-hour Schütz Messtechnik race. Elias Seppänen about half a lap from the end of this race. But these Porsche Cup machines, now, will they have to go around for one more lap? I think they will.
Yeah, I think they're stuck in here.
Yep, they're in front of the leader. Yeah, they're in front of the leader, the overall leader, which is Elias Seppänen. Indeed, we're going to go, well, the Porsche Cup category is going to go well into overtime. Well. As Elias Seppänen rumbles up the Kesselchen. With Danny Giosa now just over 10 seconds back. Well, in the championship, talking of Corsim Racing, it's their day has turned around, back and forth more than once. Corsim Racing now leading the SP10 and looking very comfortable in that position. But in TCR, they were put right down the order, had to spend a whole load of time in the pits. They've been in the pits on 4 occasions, their rivals just 2. But Corentin Guinness and Kieran Harrison have dragged their number 403 machine up to 4th place in class. So they will still score a reasonable chunk of points. They'll score 6 points. So they will lose 9 points to Corsim Racing. But it keeps them in the championship fight, just. And that could be critical.
And that's such a great race by Corsim Racing when things are not going your way, just reminding us that determination can be the way forwards. And who knows how this championship might be playing out in the long game. Things could happen, but they won't maintain their lead, but at least they're still in there. It's better than nothing. Great that Corsim Racing have not just abandoned this race. That is some great driving. But what about this, Peter, now? What about this one? They could be going another lap. We could be getting to see this one for 7 to 8 more minutes. And Coanda are taking the first offensive here.
That they are. Now, Peterbonk Performance's last pit stop was a very short one, and Peterbonk Performance now goes into second with Marcus Deck there. So, up to the Tiergarten then. So, David Williams takes the lead then as they'll go on to start their final lap. There'll be some of the last cars over the line. Here comes David Williams with Marcus Deck for Peterbonk Performance right behind as they go on to this last lap. Martin Asher drops back a little now and goes out of the draft. He's quite happy to sit there and watch what happens here between Marcus Deck and David Williams. Now, are they okay on fuel? Very, very hard to tell. The pit stop times for both Asher and Coanda were pretty much the same, but Peterbonk Performance only in the lane for 10 seconds on their last stop. So are they okay on fuel? As David Williams just gets what has really been the biggest gap in a number of laps, about 3 car lengths. That's a huge gap in the context of this battle.
They can't fight a bit too hard right now. They can't fight too hard with each other. Asher must recognize that this is a long lap and the opportunities will come. But the opportunity for the win will slip away if they fight against Peterbonk Performance a bit too hard. They've realistically claimed it with one hand and 3 fingers, Asher. They just are slipping at the final hurdle. This cannot be good news.
Well, back at the front, Elias Seppänen in the Mercedes AMG Team Landgraf machine comes up to the Tiergarten for the final time. It's going to be Mercedes once again. 2 wins from 3 for the Aufterback crew. But this time it's Team Landgraf win in the 3-hour Schütz Messtechnik race. Here at the Nordschleife, what a drive from that crew. And not too far behind in second position, Danny Giosa, the championship leading Mercedes AMG Team HRT car, comes home in second place and solidifies a lead at the top of the championship. BS competition, first of the BMWs in third. And cement themselves as the nearest challenger to Team HRT in second place in the championship now. And we wait then also for Team Windward Mercedes, Timo Sunonen, to come over the line in fourth place. A super job from that crew with the Mercedes Team Heusingveld car of Santowski rounding out the top 5 in SP9. But we're not done. We're far from done. We're just only heading down towards Schwedenkreuz here, with David Williams starting to really stretch the advantage over Marcus Deck in the Peterbonk Performance car, and Martin Asher stuck behind. So has David Williams been playing us this whole time? Who knows? But Team Heusingveld come back from the dead. They're battered, they're bruised, but they win and continue their lead at the top of the championship.
Big one. This is a big one for Heusingveld. On a day where their biggest rivals, Co, haven't quite had the best of days, this is exactly what they needed to do and assert dominance. But over here, Peter, this is what gets my blood absolutely streaming. RSO finished second, but right now the focus is somewhere else, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Team RSO come home in second, and after their pit stop, they're actually the other side of the Corsim Racing car. Indeed, as Corsim Racing, have they come over the line yet? I think they maybe have, actually, yes. So Corsim Racing take the win in SP10 from Team RSO 97, and Corsim Racing looking very good in the SP10 Championship. Shout out to Valkenhorst Motorsport after a event-filled day with penalties and all sorts. They finish in 6th, a great comeback, but this is the battle. They're playing for keeps in the Cup 2 class. And it's David Williams against Marcus Deck and Martin Ascher. And I really hope, Simil, that they've all got enough juice in the tank to go for this one on a last lap dash.
Oh yes, they are absolutely running it right down to the very absolute limit. Thing is, it's just very, very tricky. Coanda, 6 laps, Peterbong Performance nearing 3 laps, Asher Racing nearing 7. So that's the fuel equation. That's how they are in terms of the number of stints. It's completely different. Peterbong Performance has that fuel, but again, they went for a very, very short stop, so they underfueled in the last one. Do they have equal fuel? Does one team have more, one team have less? It's something that we can't quite tell right now, but that dynamic is running hard. And now Asher Racing are running hard, Peter. Look at them go.
Yeah, Martin Asher trying to get a move done here, trying to get by on the 266 Peterbong Performance machine of Marcus Deck. Cannot get it done. Marcus just holding position, but do you want to lead onto the Dossinger hole? Well, if you do, you need to have a gap, and I'm sure that is playing on David Williams' mind right now.
That's right.
That he has to have an advantage and has to pull away and put a gap between himself and the 2 cars behind him, but that is much easier said than done.
But again, maybe he could do the old Galgenkoff technique, Peter, that we saw in the that we saw in the last race, where you could just have a bit of a strategic error at Galgenkoff, just lose time, lose positions, and then catch up back at the Dottinger Her. Can he do something like that? Can he be that clever, wily old fox that we know that David Williams can be? Coanda have often used very smart techniques and strategies to win. Can this be another one of them?
Well, this is interesting because now we're calling the battle for the win between Coanda, Peterbong Performance and Asher Racing, but Sim Racing Academy Red, Nicholas Last are first on the road, but we believe they have a drive-through penalty hanging over them. Now, Simil, they will not be able to serve this drive-through penalty on the last lap because you won't be able to complete it. So will this be a disqualification then for Sim Racing Academy, which would be such a pity?
Yeah, again, this race is just challenging us to whole new circumstances. It's making us test rules that we read vaguely at the start, and again, they are coming back to absolutely great relevance. I will confirm that, Peter. Again, this race seriously has just pulled out the most challenging of circumstances. It's pushed the rulebook to the limit, literally.
It has, yeah. It's certainly been unpredictable, that's for sure. Well, as they head through towards the final part of the lap now, up towards Galgenkopf, we ride on the engine cover of David Williams. He's had a very good run down from Hohe Acht all the way down the hill towards Schwalbenschwanz, but has he got enough to hold off Marcus Deck and Martin Asher? Here we go then, up the gearbox they go. David Williams weaving on the Dottinger Hole, trying to break that slipstream, that toe to that Peterbong Performance machine. I don't know if they're going to get close enough as well. Is it going to come down to fuel? Does the Peterbong Performance Porsche have enough fuel in the tank? I'm not sure if it does. He's not pulling any gap towards Nicholas Last is going to win on the road. Or is he? He does have a drive-through penalty hanging over him. Now, will he go straight to pit lane now, or will he take the flag? No, he takes the flag. So, Sim Racing Academy win on the road with an asterisk. And then David Williams comes through second on the road. Will it be a win when things shake it out? Peterbong Performance next in line in third position, with Asher Racing in fourth. Very close. Asher Racing just missing out. So the championship leaders finishing fourth, and that has major championship implications.
But then they may be third. Again, we don't know. And honestly, Peter, I have scanned the regulations book as frantically as one can on the final lap, and I think there's nothing about it written in it.
Well, if you're given a drive-through, surely you've got to serve it.
You have to, yes. But I don't know. I've honestly had a look at it, and I don't know what happens with Sim Racing Academy Red now. Ideally, in some other championships that I've commentated on, they usually tend to take the time of a drive-through penalty and slap it onto your race time. But it's not quite mentioned here. So what happens now?
Well,
what happens now?
Well,
this is a genuine, unprecedented moment in a way of this championship.
Well, this is horrible. What's the word? Horrible memories of the finish to the World Endurance Championship this year, when a penalty was served or not served, and it rumbled on for quite a while after the race. Well. We'll see what happens. But on the road, Sim Racing Academy win, and now my timing screen is now lighting up. Sim Racing Academy have been given a penalty, as you mentioned, Samil. I think it's been added to their race time, so that confirms then Coanda Sim Sport in first, Peter Bonk Performance in second, Asher Racing in third. But what that means is, with Asher Racing dropping back to third, they've lost 7 points to Coanda, and Coanda now only 3 points behind in the championship. Game on.
And let's just give you a bit of context on that. Heading into this particular round, Coanda, well, they were far behind. Coanda, to be precise,
10 points.
10 points.
So it's 10 points to 3. So wow, indeed. What a day.
Position.
What a day we've had here at the Nürburgring for the 3-hour Schütz Messtechnik race. Elias Seppinen and Luca Kita win. A super performance for Mercedes AMG Team Landgraf. They win by 10 seconds over the championship leaders, Team HRT. BS Competition rounding out the podium. Team Windward Mercedes, Jack Sedgwick and Timo Sunanen were fourth, with Team Heusingveld rounding out the top 5. 4 Mercedes in the top 5. Walkenhorst BMW fight back to 6. Corsim Racing, the first of the Porsches, in 7th, with Mercedes AMG Esports M&J Performance in 8th. Team BMW Bank in 9th. And Dor Esports, after fighting for the podium so well earlier on, they finish in 10th, 3.5 minutes off the leader. A real shame for that Dor Esports outfit, but they'll be back. Sim Racing Academy Black finishing in 11th. Lego Technic Esports, a disastrous day for Dane Warren and Charlie Collins. They finished 12th, 5 minutes off the pace. Mala Racing Team in 13th. A difficult day for them, but some great pace from Bietska Visser, newcomer to the team. Kartland Esports, Erlbacher and Hugenschmidt 14th, followed by Artel Motorsport Reparex, ERC by FSP Lamborghini, Emirates Esports Porsche, WS Racing Esports Porsche in the 17th position. Cup 2, Porsche Cup 2. David Williams on his own beats Marcus Deck on his own by half a second, with Asher Racing coming home in third position by just 0.6. So the whole podium covered by 0.6 of a second. Incredible. Sim Racing Academy, so unlucky to get that drive-through penalty at the last moment for 0.8 seconds too short in the pit lane. But they do come home fourth nonetheless. WNS eMotorsport were fifth, followed by Phoenix Racing Esport, Deutsche Payment Esport, Leiper Esport, German Sim Racing, and Team 75 by SimRC round out the top 10 for the Timo Bernhard owned outfit. So what a race it was in the Porsche Cup category. Certainly dramatic, that's for sure, with the top 3 cars being run so close together, and David Williams and Marcus Deck running on their own for 3 hours around this vicious circuit. That is quite a test on the concentration and the fitness as well, because most of these top pro drivers running with direct drive wheels and heavy load cell pedals as well. It gives great feel, but also gives you a bit of a workout as well. And last few, Deutsche Payment Esports in 11th, WS Racing Esports in 12th, IES Sim Racing Schweiss 13th, Core Sim Racing all the way down in 14th, .xe Esports 15th, and Artal Motorsport 16th overall in the Cup 2 category. SP10, well, it was a good day for Core Sim Racing, overhauling their big rivals, Team RSO, Pascal Stix and Maxim Ramstein coming out on top. WNS Esport eMotorsport were third in their Porsche, and Racing Fuel Simulators by RSO rounded out a Porsche 1, 2, 3, 4. And the top of the BMWs, Schütz Sim Racing in their race, the 3-hour Schütz Messtechnik race, they round out the top 5 and top of the BMWs. Ring Verzerrt Sim Racing were 6th, G-Force Experience in 7th, Volkenhorst in 8th, a slightly quieter day for Volkenhorst, Deutsche Payment Esports in 9th, and AMSC Sideberg in 10th. And last few, Cartland Race Esports, RN Vision STS, RaceFox, and ERC, all of which involved in incidents, particularly RN Vision STS, unceremoniously shoved off into the barrier. And your winner in TCR is Team Hoistingveld, Marcel T, the 24-hour Nürburgring winner last year, taking it home for Team Hoistingveld, with Marshmallow Racing finishing second, Undici Scuderia in third, Corsim Racing, after getting turfed into the barrier earlier on, they fight back to fourth and keep their championship hopes alive. Low Grip Racing were fifth, followed by ERC, Karthaller Wittlich, Alemannia Aachen, Valkyrie Esport, and the Nürburgring Esports team round out the top 10 in TCR. What a battle that was. I mean, Hoistingveld surviving what was an extraordinarily difficult incident with the Team BMW Bank SP9 car, and, well, still getting the win indeed. Well, we hope you enjoyed the coverage here on the LEGO Technic live stream for the 3-hour Schütz Messtechnik race. Your winner was Mercedes-AMG Esports Team Landgraf, Elias Sepinen and Luca Kita. Congratulations to them. We'll see you in a few weeks' time on the 13th of February for the Happy Racing 3-hour race. On behalf of myself, Peter Mackay, and from Simila Aurora, we'll see you next time.